Wow. This fucking retard. She's going on about the top 10 worst states in America to live in, and she doesn't understand why they're also some of the highest business states. Like, you make the most money, like the highest it's like these states cater to fucking corporations, and you wonder why they're fucking shitholes to live in.
Yeah, everything's been privatized.
Yeah, I swear, if these people would just be poor for like a year, just give themselves like $5,000, go fucking, and that's it. That's all you get the year. You got to go fucking do like menial tasks and like be a fucking server or something like that, or delivery driver or something. Go do that for a fucking year and then ask yourself these questions. You fucking clowns. It's like, some people get so rich, it's like they just lose connection to what a bill is. Like, they don't understand bills. They don't understand worries and stresses and stuff. And it's like, you're a fucking moron, dude. Live like 80% of your fucking country folk live, and you'll see there's issues in this country. Shit's expensive. Maybe not for rich people, but it's expensive.
Sure fucking is.
Just move them into like Detroit, one of the suburbs there, like that have collapsed. Make them live there for a year, like you said, right? Let them get a real flavor for
It's
what's
hard
going
to hear
on.
you. You're all muffled. Try that again. You were like super muffled.
I was agreeing with you. I was saying just make them move into Detroit or one of those collapsed cities, right? Make them live there for a year.
Yeah, something like that. Like a lot of people don't get that about some of these big cities. Some big cities are great to live in, lots of jobs available and stuff, but big cities like Chicago, man, there's just no work in cities like that. It's all gone. All the manufacturing jobs and stuff that built those cities are just gone. Yeah, the wealthy have just destroyed this country over the last 100 years, man. Just outsourcing everything. Fucking South Park's right. They took our gerbs. I mean, it's just, there's no other real way to say it. They just outsourced everything good to other nations, and the only way to like be successful and rich is like to get into like finance, social media, things like that, right? Like, those are like the sort of the easier things to get into for the common folk. But like for the educated folk, I mean, yeah, you got to go to college, you got to get a degree most of the time. Obviously, you can still get jobs in most anything without a degree, but you got to know people. There's just, these motherfuckers just act like everybody can do it. And it's like, if everybody did it, there would be no workers. So obviously it's not everybody could fucking do it. And you don't want everybody doing it. Right? But what you don't want is people who can't do it to be fucking suffering and, miserable and have nothing. And they're destitute, right? They're living on the fucking edge 24/7. It's ridiculous. Like, they think having a windfall is wealthy in this country. So if you have a windfall, they got to increase the cost to take that from you. So you're just right there on the fucking edge for a lot of Americans, man. So people go fucking crazy. Feel bad for a lot of people. They're struggling. They're fucking working hard and fucking get nowhere. Accidents, injuries, all kinds of shit happens to people. And, if we're not the one having the accident or injury, we don't give a fucking shit. We don't want no prevention, but then it hits us and we're like, why is it so expensive? It's like, dude, it's so expensive because people don't understand healthcare, right? You pay healthcare mostly, it's just throwing money out the fucking window, technically. It's for other people. It's so that when you get injured, it doesn't cost $3 million fucking dollars to fix your leg because there's a bunch of people throwing their money away every fucking month. Because most of the time, that's exactly what your health insurance does. It just goes straight into the fucking trash for you, and other people get to fucking spend it. But that's why. You want that. It sounds like up front, you're like, why am I doing this? This doesn't make sense. I'm just throwing money away. It's not, yeah, keep doing it too. Just keep doing it. That way, when you do get hurt and you're one of the assholes taking money out of the pool, there's money there. They don't fucking get it. Like, people in this country are just, they don't get it. They're like, well, I'd never go to the hospital. Yeah, most human beings are like that. Most of us don't like going to the fucking hospital. So you ask any random asshole, hey, how often do you go to the hospital? It's almost never. One time when I was born, then that one time at like 15, I broke my leg. And then 37, I chopped my finger. Like, that's how it is. It's like decades can go between the hospital visits, and people are like, oh, yeah, it's just not that important. I'll take care of it when I get there. It's like, duh. If we don't have health insurance, when you were born, your parents would have went homeless. When you broke your leg, your parents would have went homeless. Like, that's what would have happened. That's what insurance is, man. Up front, it's a waste of money until you need it. And then you're like, that's why insurance exists. But yeah, that's healthcare. No one gives a shit until they personally get sick. And the wealthy love that. The wealthy love that people have that short-sightedness that, you'll be fine for a whole ass 10 years goes by and nothing's wrong with you. Guess what happens in that next 10 years? Maybe. Yeah, you end up going to the hospital, your ass is paying everything. One guy got bit by a rattlesnake, dude. To keep this fucking guy, I just read this story, you can probably still find it. Got bit by a rattlesnake and had to spend $1.8 million in anti-venom to save this guy. They went through the entire hospital store of fucking anti-venom to save this one guy. So yeah, it's like $2 million fucking bill right there. It's like just
they just ship it from across the country or something.
It was.
I remember that story.
Yeah, it's wild. It's like literally fuck you. Like, you're hurt, we can help you, and then we are going to absolutely fucking wreck you. It's like, just kill me at that point. This guy's going to be in debt the rest of his great grandchildren's lives, right? Because he got bit by a fucking snake. People just don't fucking get it, man. He does. That motherfucker gets it. He's probably out there fucking with a sign championing for fucking free healthcare. Telling everybody else to pay his medical bills. That's what he's going to be out there doing. And that's exactly how it should be. But nah. Dude, just the prospect that my tax-paying money is going to go to help a MAGA with anything. I don't give a shit if you're a MAGA and your kid gets leukemia. I don't give a shit if you're a MAGA and you get fucking leukemia. Fuck you. Die. Your whole fucking family. That's how I feel about fucking MAGA. So I don't want my tax money going to help no fucking MAGA. But, I'm not that short-sighted. But it hurts. It hurts to know that MAGA have access to public funds. They fucking hate public funds. I think they should be the first motherfuckers to get kicked off the shit. Right? Yeah, you don't owe shit. Fuck you. You don't get to use shit either. Until you buy your own fucking roads and water treatment facility and power plant, fuck you. Right? Go have your little MAGA compound somewhere. We'll give them Montana. Show us how it's done, retards. Can't stand these fucking pieces of shit sometimes, dude. But nah, they get fucking hurt. They go to the hospital just like every other person. MAGA's mostly poor in this country, so they're all fucking trailer park retards. Fucking get hurt, go to the fucking emergency room, and the taxpayer fucking pays for it. And they're completely oblivious to that. They just think that, like, the hospital did them a solid, right? Because it's a good hospital. They just didn't, not understanding. They just did, they're going to write the bill off. Fucking taxpayer's going to pay it. They'll literally probably convince themselves of the altruism of their fucking local hospital. It's like, dude, no, fuck you. That hospital needed to have a law that says they have to treat you, because that's what hospitals were doing. Oh, you don't have money? Okay, there's the door. That's what hospitals were doing. Fuck you, go die out in the streets. That's exactly what you think a hospital loves you? Hospitals don't give a shit about you, especially the people who work there. Most of them don't give a shit about you. You're just a fucking paycheck for most people at that point, because they've become so, desensitized to human suffering. And then you got assholes coming in. Yeah, they don't fucking really care. Like, they have empathy like everybody else, but these people, I mean, they deal with people dying every day. People dying on their watch is just, you're just a fucking number at that point. Like, they don't care. You take away EMTALA or whatever, and you are fucked. They will kick you to the fucking curbs and plow your fucking body. They'll call a dozer to come plow your ass out of the way so that they can get more people in. That's what a hospital would do. Give them the opportunity. Hospitals would do. They're not institutes of altruism. They're not there trying to fucking cure cancer. They're there trying to charge you money for the drug. That's what they're there for. Now, you want, like, doctors and shit, nurses that are altruistic. You go to, like, Doctors Without Borders or something like that, organizations like that. Those people fucking care. If you're working at a hospital, yeah, you may or may not care, but hospitals are not care institutes.
No, they're not.
Yeah, it was like $1.8 fucking million. You know how many rattlesnakes I live around, dude? I'm fucking terrified now. I don't want a $1.8 million fucking bill because I didn't look around that rock before, on a hike. It's just, fuck that, dude. You should never go broke in this country at all because you got bit by a fucking snake. That's just crazy. Like, if you were fucking around and you got bit by a snake, yeah, fuck you, right? I hope it hurts. But if you're just out enjoying life, you get bit by a snake and now your great-great-grandchildren are in debt, fuck that. That's so wrong. Dude, I think I got shadow banned on TikTok like almost immediately.
Sorry, you got a what on TikTok?
They're called shadow bans. I don't know if I've ever been shadow banned before, but I don't even really know what it looks like. But I uploaded that one short and it did really good. Within like 10 minutes, it had like 90 views or less. Like it was crazy. It was like super fast. And then I uploaded another one and it got 0 views at all, not a single one. And then the one that I did post just seemed to like fall off and it's not getting any more views. It stopped at like 191 last night. And this morning it's at 195. So I think it's a shadow ban. I don't know. It feels like it. And that's even with censoring my video. I fucking censored both of them. Sorry, I'm like a bad fake word reader or whatever, but Steph, hi. Stefanitza? Am I saying that, or is it Nitsa? Stefanitza? Sorry, I'm terrible. I'm not a very good reader.
Stefanitza, maybe.
Stefanitza? They're saying hi on YouTube. Nothing. Just doing my thing. I usually stream. Well, not usually. I just started streaming. I usually debate. Slash converse with people on Discord. Start my own YouTube channel just to get some Igtheism out there. There's not really a lot of like live streamers that do Igtheism. So I figured I'd fill that niche, get some content out there, get some exposure. Serbian, huh? Okay. We have
People talking about ideas.
Yeah, mostly we're people talking about ideas. We have our own Russian. He comes in the room. He's American, but he's our Russian. So Mogi. But that's all this channel really is. So what my intent is I live stream, and these live streams can get pretty long. I filled up like 12-hour live streams pretty regularly because I just let it run. But then the intent is the next day I truncate all that, get off all the dead silence because sometimes there's nobody in the room. Right now we're just ranting at each other. But the following day, the shorter version of it comes out, and it's just a truncated version of the day. So if you hate all the dead space, you can always check back the next day and watch, all the stuff that happened. Shit. Pal Talk? Fuck. Did you go by a different name on Pal Talk? If it's the same name, no, I don't. I got a really bad episodic memory in names and shit. So.
Look, I've been coming in here like 2 years and he barely remembers me, all right?
I'm terrible at it. I keep trying to tell people that like my brain don't work right, and they don't believe me because they think, I don't know. I don't know why they think anything else, but yeah.
Can't expect honesty from people lying to themselves.
I mean, I do remember a lot of people from Pal Talk times and all my conversations and shit. It's not like I forgot everything, but you probably know a less asshole version of me. I mean, I've always been kind of a dick, but I mean, in the last, I'd say since J6 was sort of a breaking point for me in my brain. And ever since then, I've just gotten a lot more hostile, I guess people will tell you. It's just, I'm sort of just done with humanity. So, yeah, Polat, he quit a while ago. And he came to Discord for a while and we chatted, and then there was a falling out because I called somebody a cunt. And it was because they were acting like a cunt. And Polat, for whatever, I guess he liked the person or whatever, for whatever reason, he started telling me I can't call people cunts and shit. And I was just like, I don't understand that rule. I mean, I can call anybody a cunt I want to. I don't go to you for, it's like, you can like anybody. My calling someone a cunt shouldn't stop you from liking. So go fuck yourself, right? Like, I don't give a shit. That's a problem with you. I said what I said. Get over it. I don't give a fuck. And he just went on, and there was just a fallout. I guess he wanted me to like express a level of compassion that I don't have, and that was that. And he's been mad at me ever since. So I tried to tell him up front that, I don't care. People hate me. I learned to get over it. They hate me mostly for really bad reasons. And I'm cool with it. Like, it's just what it is. I don't really care if I'm liked anymore. Fuck, I don't even fucking like me. So you're never gonna get me on a podium to convince anybody to like me. If you like me, there's something fucking wrong with you. That's all I can really say. If you actually like me, I don't know. Maybe you relate with me somehow or something, but
That's what it is. It's the relation, what I was going to say, right? And that's what I
yeah.
do. I relate to you. And I'm a victim of it as much as you are. I hate myself just the same. Fuck.
Yeah, I couldn't do it. So I mean, I get it though. I mean, I definitely see some aspects of myself that I relate to, obviously, but like likable characteristics. I'm humorous sometimes and shit, but I honestly, if you like me, you're probably just as much damaged as I am. So, welcome to the club. Yeah, I remember Scarlett. I remember her. I remember Hatter, Buddha, but Buddha and I go back to Stickum, so he doesn't count. I wonder if Buddha's still alive. He's kind of old. Last time I knew him, and not in the greatest health, but he wasn't in bad health. But he's probably somebody that I still wonder about from back in those days and earlier. Two of the first, like I guess I could call them the three horsemen of my apocalypse. Two of those guys are dead. One of them, he's not dead. He's still alive out in California. But yeah, people move on. This is where I've been holding down fort the last forever. Um, Politics Discord is nice enough to give me my own guest room. They think I'm stupid, and that I don't understand that it's just to quarantine my ass from the rest of the server, which I totally agree with. I had been saying that for a long time. Just quarantine me in a spot, and they finally did it, I guess. And so I just sit here and absolute trash pieces of shit come into the room, fucking hate on me for a while. I shit on them, and then they go away, and it's rinse and repeat. But like I said, I want to get some atheist stuff out there because, dude, I swear there's so many people on this platform that just don't understand atheism. They think it's just, well, there's no definitions. They think atheism is the argument that there are no definitions of God. And you have no idea how fucking annoying it is to hear that shit when you're an atheist. And so I figure there might be a lot more annoyed people out there, and they might benefit, at least from my perspective. Definitely not my mannerisms, attitudes, and shit like that. All those can go fuck themselves. But the logic, if you can get through all that and listen to the logic, then I think people can value or benefit from the argument. But yeah, if you want like more fast paced, I recommend going to the regular video section. Don't go to the lives. The lives are long and boring and drawn out. In the video section are the lives. They're just, there's no dead space. The dead silencers taken out. I mean, I tried to tell people that throughout the years I've convinced people of the atheist agnostic position, but it's just because I'm an asshole. I'm such a fucking asshole. People can't see past it. I get it, That's why I'm in a little small section. I get it. I have insight. People don't need to convince me that I got fucking problems. I know them. I'm well aware of them. I'm the first person I hate when I wake up in the morning. I'm the last person I hate when I go to sleep. So what, are you still on Paltalk? You don't go to Discord or nowhere else? Yeah, I mean, I only hate humanity for all of our failings, and our failings are a lot. I think they define most of us as a character is our failings. I don't think we do near enough good in humanity to characterize ourselves as good. We're definitely overwhelmingly bad, and until that changes, which it's not going to change. Not in my lifetime, not in many generations, probably. So I've just got really nothing left anymore but contempt for my own species. So, not that there aren't good people among us, I recognize that, but the amount of just bitterness and shame and disillusionment I feel for my species is just I just can't get past it anymore. I can't not focus on it. I can't just pretend, I guess. I don't know. Oh, does he got his own server? Yeah, I guess he never. I don't know if he ever invited me to his server or not. I don't remember ever being on his server. I had a server. Fuck was it called? Debate Room, I think. I might actually still have it. I think I still have it. Oh no, I renamed it to like Chronotopia for gaming. But I don't even know how many. Like I know there's politics and religion. Um, I don't really know if there's like other big servers out there. Politics is, as far as I know, the biggest one. So that's why I'm here. That and some of the staff are pretty decent people, I guess. Most of the staff is just garbage human beings, but what do you do? But they definitely do a lot of work to get this server running and staying up and running. I don't know if you know this, but on politics they have like we call it creative VC. It's like at the bottom of the server, but if you're at a certain rank like legend, you can open up your own chat room in there, and as long as you follow Discord toss and stuff, they'll let you have your own chat room down there. So that's really cool. I that's one of the reasons I came back to this server after I left it. I left it a while ago, but they opened up those rooms in it. I think it's an awesome environment because you still have the regular servers or the regular rooms that people can go to, but then they can kind of get their own little quiet space, almost quiet space. Yeah, I mean, I've been bombarding the algorithm with content. Um, it's not it's not the best content because it's not what do you say, edited great. But yeah, I've been putting out content, so it's probably seeing me at least for now. I'm not getting like a huge amount of traction, but I don't expect to get a huge amount of traction. I just want the information out there that maybe somebody could find, they could pick it apart, they could make some videos, critique it, and then make their own videos and put the information out there, and it'd be better quality than what I'm providing. But I'm the only igtheist I know of that like hard argues the shit. nonstop. There's a few of us on politics, but most of them hang out in this room. We're pretty dead right now. It's just me and Matt. Matt's like our early bird because he's a northern commie, so he's up early. But yeah, if you're atheist on this server, you're likely hanging out in this room, or you got sick of my toxicity and you went to somewhere else. But I mean, if you know an atheist on here, I probably infected them. There's a good chance. So, but I mean, there are a lot of videos out there on YouTube about atheism, but there's nobody arguing in real time, like live style shit. It's all the content that you would get on atheism are these prepared videos where there's not like a back and forth to see how the philosophy unfolds. It's just, like I said, if you've heard of atheism, and you're not an atheist, the chances are you think that atheism is just saying there's no definitions. And then people will be like, well, I have a definition. It's just like, dude, I'm not saying there's no definitions, but you go to Wiki, and I've always hated the Wiki description, because the Wiki description does make it seem like we're just complaining that there's no definitions. It's like, dude, we know there's definitions. It's that there's no meaningful definitions. And they say, well, it means something to me. And it's like, nah, it's not what I mean. I don't mean meaning just because of a string of words. I mean meaning as in it's a proper conveyance of the observations of the nature of the thing that you're referring to. So meaning is not derived entirely from like analytic side of philosophy, where it's just truth propositions. I've always used the definition of a beaver, large rodent of the genus Castor, having sharp incisors, webbed hind feet. Sharp incisors is not analytic. It's just descriptive of the thing having sharp teeth, big, sharp teeth. So the meaning of sharp incisors is derived from the observation of the beaver. And people just don't get it. They're like, well, I got this string of words. And it's like, yeah, it's cute. But what does it pertain to? Because if it's not referencing an object, then it's meaningless. The way it conveys meaning about the object is meaningless. You just have a string of semantically validly constructed words. That's not meaning, though. But
That's vapid.
People think that's meaning. That's good enough. And that's, I want to help clear that kind of misconception up in people's brains about what atheism is arguing. You don't just get to use a string of words and say that that's meaningful. Because no one's going to find that meaningful. They may agree with you based on the same presuppositions, but yeah, it's not a valid representation of some aspect of nature. It's just your personal feelings. And when I'm trying to understand reality, you telling me about your personal feelings doesn't help me understand reality. And that's what meaning is. Information to help you understand. That's the intent behind meaning, right? That's why we have definitions and dictionaries to help us understand what a word is, right? And its meaning. But people think that words are where meaning is. Words are what we use to convey the meaning. So it could be, I guess, subtle for, maybe that's what it is. Is this the distinction subtle for people where it's blatantly obvious for me, and that's why I get triggered, maybe. And I feel like I'm always being gaslit, and people are always fucking with me, or why I always get confused at why someone doesn't understand what seemingly is a simple proposition, and I don't feel smarter than the individual. That's what, like, has always confused me about this whole fucking thing, is I don't feel like this is a big brain take. I feel like I was just listening in like 3rd grade, and maybe people didn't start listening until like 5th grade, right? But I stopped listening at 5th grade or something. Like, I don't know exact analogy here, but to say that the only way you can understand the nature of an object is by way of your experience through observations seems trivial. It seems like everyone should just be like, yeah. But there's people out there that'll say no. They'll be like, nah, you could just know stuff about the nature of objects and stuff. And I'm like, what do you mean you just know stuff? And just, yeah. I can't. I'm gonna straw man the fuck out of whatever I would follow up and say there. So I'm not even gonna try. But yeah, apparently you can know stuff about the nature of objects absent and experience conveying the observation. Like apparently you could do that. It's not. It's. I've never been able to figure that one out. But I guess I'm just dumb. But yeah, like where's all the the atheist live streamers, man? I hear a bunch of people who are more people than me say they're atheists, but then it's like, well, where's your content? And they just I don't know, maybe it's just a character trait among atheists that we just don't want to do content. We just don't care about that aspect of it. But people like me, like the content's got to get out there because I'm just so fucking annoyed at how people represent the philosophy when they object to the philosophy, because all they do is go to wiki, they read the wiki article, and they think they understand it. They've never actually had a sit down conversation with an atheist. Like, if you want an example of that, one of my videos, Otangelo commented on it, and that's what he did. He just comments like, oh, you don't have definitions. Well, here's a definition, problem solved, get rid of atheism. It's like, really? Yeah, me and Mdell still talk in well, we don't talk frequently, but in emails. Like I know his like I know who he is, and we've shared information. Like we know who each other is or are. We know of each other. But yeah, Alex, man, fuck Alex. Fucking Alex is a constant. Do you know how many times I've fucking murdered Alex in my brain? Like, for real. Like, fuck Alex. He's such a piece of shit. I fucking hate that guy. I would never harm him in real life, but of all the internet people, I hate Alex the most. He's such a dishonest piece of shit. Like, whenever I talk about how I'm convinced that religious people use these kinds of platforms to learn so that they can go back and brainwash their children or whatever, Alex is who I'm thinking about. Yeah, I tried to get Mdell to come over here, but I guess he just likes pal talk better. He goes by Scrody McBoogerballs on here. So if you ever want to talk to him, that's his name on here. I think 5 people, well, 4, because I guess it technically counts yourself for what is the most people I think I've had concurrently on a live stream. Just saying. Also, it's Sunday in America, so most of the theists are out there getting their theotoxins refreshed at church, but they'll make their ways back. Yeah, I tried to get Hatter and all them. They just I don't know, they like pal talk. They like, I think it's because of the interruptions. Like they can't handle being interrupted at all. So I think that's what keeps them on pal talk. Also, since there's a couple of you guys in here, and for anybody in the future that watches this, if you do watch any of my content, you hear any of the shit that I spew, and you're interested in me going into detail on that, I'd be interested in knowing that kind of information. Or like, what is it that people don't quite get about Igtheism and its distinction from, atheism and theism? I got a person that comes in here. They go by transsexual 0.5, and they're always asking me questions to try to understand Igtheism, and I love answering their questions because
Yeah, great question.
yeah, they're, because I don't know the answer myself, right? Like there'll be questions and I've never even thought of how to figure that out from the Igtheist perspective, but because I've I've been training my brain like this for so long, it I guess I'm good at just kind of relating to the answer. So they're always coming at me with questions, and I always have to think about the answers, which is cool because they're answers I've never heard before to questions I've never thought of and stuff, which is cool to explore kind of your own brain. And with them asking me all these questions, each one of these questions is an opportunity to find failure in the philosophy. And every time I reinforce my confidence that this philosophy has got merit, because I can always find that perspective. I never fall back on needing to just be an atheist, or that atheism answers, or that theism answers the question. Theism to me is a good indicator that the philosophy is independent of both of those philosophies, and it addresses what's actually in reality. What is the problem that we're all really focusing around? And it's not the religion; it's the humans. And there are behaviors and our conversations that we have with each other, our beliefs. Atheism and theism get too down into the beliefs rather than dealing with them for what they are, which there are beliefs that we come to through our cultural proximity, inculcation, brainwashing. Families are like they're the what do they call them, like the quarantine places where we took people with why is my brain not working, tuberculosis,
Concentration camp. Oh no,
No, well, I mean, yeah, they're concentration camps, but they're, for sick people, they're quarantine huts. For tuberculosis back in the day, we had them. We build all these huts everywhere, and we'd quarantine them out there. And if they got better, they could come back. If not, well, die. Similar to that, families act as vectors. The where ground zero. If you think about every thought you've ever had about the God thing and its orbiting topics, they all get traced back to our family. So, each one of us, that happens. And, I don't know how many times I've heard people say, well, my parents were atheists. And it's like, it's not the point. I'm not saying the idea that you have in your brain right now is your parents. It's that your parents or those closest to you, right? Just, you try to be fair with people, but you never know how you're going to hurt them, right? Some people don't have parents, so they get offended or they'll say things like that. Like, well, I didn't have parents. It's like, oh, so you were Romulus and fucking Remus out there sucking on fucking wolf titty? And, obviously that's not what it is. It's their guardians, right? The people closest to you who had access to your brain in your infancy, in your toddlerdom, in your adolescence. Not so much your adolescence, but definitely in your adolescence into it. You're just manipulated by them inadvertently. It's just part of being a parent that you say things and your child hears it and just fucking boom, it's in. You didn't know you were doing all that shit, but that's what happens. You say stuff and your kids just slurp that right up, goes into their brain, and it becomes like some fact because they didn't know otherwise. It's not until all that information begins to accumulate and their brain starts synthesizing new ideas from it that, the inconsistency model starts popping up, and then the kid starts listening to the parents a little bit more intently and intuitively, right? Like, that's what's going on. This is how we all learn. We're all dropped into a rich culture, information rich culture. We have to figure it out. The process of figuring it out is taking on the information you're being subjected to. It's one and the same processes. And so your ability to think outside the box automatically gets mitigated in some ways because of the way that society teaches us. So society constructs the foundation, and then we build our own walls. And now you're in your box. But it's not that we should reach the conclusion that God exists or God doesn't exist. That shouldn't be the conclusion. The conclusion should be that I learned about God from my society and my culture, my family, my friends. That's where I learned about this. And unless God is those societies and friends and family, then you got to trace it again. You got to go back to it. Where did you get that idea? Oh, I heard it on a telephone from this Chinese guy. Okay, so you get that Chinese guy's number and you call them, and guess what? It's just another Chinese guy on the other end of another line. And it just keeps doing that over and over and over. And then you got to step back and be like, all right. If that's the case, if its inception is that we got butthurt and told a story, is that good information to reach a conclusion? And I say, well, the only conclusion you should reach based on that is that our information is lacking. But atheism comes in and says, hey, we have done a rigorous study of the available information about this topic, which literally comes from morons. And then they say, based on their studies, God's not real. I'm like, whoa. Okay, so they're talking about a thing in reality, and you're saying that their evidence is bad, and then you're concluding the thing doesn't exist. That doesn't seem like it logically follows. It seems like all these people could have got it wrong, and there's still a God thing, but they're completely wrong about it. It seems like that's a viable option that the atheists haven't ruled out. And so there seems to be a different approach to this that doesn't cause me to reject the existence of a thing I don't even know what the fuck it is. on the foundation that I don't know what the fuck it is in the event that someone points out that fact, right? I could say, hey, I don't believe in the existence of God. And I feel confident in that statement alone. But then when someone asks me, well, what's God? Well, now I'm no longer sure if I actually do lack belief in the existence of a God thing, because now I realize I don't even know what the fuck a God is. So what's a God? Now I got to be careful. Because when I'm asking, as you know, from this atheist perspective, if I'm asking the question of what's a God, well, what happens when somebody names something that's real? Because my whole position here is that I don't believe in the existence of God, so it can't be real. But if I admit that I don't know what a God is, and then I ask somebody and they tell me that thing's real, what does that do to my atheism? Well, it fucks with it. It is what it does. And it then causes me to go out on another illogical assumption here. That because all the people I've ever heard describe God sounded like fucking morons, I'm gonna pretend they have credibility. I'm just gonna pretend. I'm not gonna actually justify the credibility of their statements because I didn't fact check their shit. But then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take what they told me and I'm going to tell this new guy that I just met that isn't even related to these assholes. I'm going to tell them that this new guy's idea is wrong based on these idiots I used to talk to. And that right there is a logical leap. I don't see, okay, how's this new guy's definition of God wrong because of the bad God that obviously cognitively touched you and it's left a lasting, mark in your brain and you just can't get over it. You can't get over that. But you're going to tell this new guy God's not real because of all these other definitions and shit. It seems like you're projecting. It seems like your mind shut down that there could be something else. And I don't know. I don't know if there's something else. I'm not convinced of any of these something else. But I don't know what a something else would be. So I don't know how to answer that question. And no is an answer to that question. So, that's fundamentally my issue with atheism is that it's not rationally coherent. It seems like a weak-ass response to a proposition about reality. And if we're making a proposition about reality, we have to have parameters, guidelines, tools, right? Things that we're using to get to reasonable conclusions about reality. But nuh-uh, sorry, atheists, that's just not good enough. If I'm going to reject the existence of a God, I'm going to want to know what that God is. And I have not heard a consistent concept of God conveyed with any level of credibility or justification that I could then use to rule out new ones that might throw a kink in my plan. Because if I say atheism is a valid position, but then I say that it's a contingent philosophy that requires theists to define it, all they got to do is fuck with me and point at the Eiffel Tower and say that's God. And if I don't have a way to rule out Eiffel Towers as being God, then I look like an idiot denying the existence of the Eiffel Tower because I don't have justification about how the Eiffel Tower is not a God. And that's why I say atheism is the only valid position to take. It's just one at a time. This person's saying this is God. Does that thing exist? Yes, then God's real. Just like this person saying this guy's name is John. Does that guy exist? John exists? Yeah, well, then John exists. Right? But what we don't do is say, oh, well, what about this John and this John and this John? There's a whole bunch of Johns, right? And you find out 70% of the Johns in the list exist and 30% don't. What do we say about John's existence? Does John exist because more Johns exist than don't? Do we say John doesn't exist because we want to err on the side of caution and not overstate? No. You just say some Johns exist and some Johns don't. It just depends on what you mean by John. But that's a familiar answer, right? Some gods exist, some gods don't exist. It just depends on what you mean by God. But that's properly contextualized and applied by an atheist. An atheist can't do that. An atheist can't say, well, it depends on what you mean by God. They'll say that. Atheists will say it depends on what you mean by God. But will they act like it depends on what you mean by God? No. Fuck no. Fuck no. An atheist will immediately abandon the concept of it depends on what you mean by God once you give them a definition to depend on. Once you give them that definition, if they still try it next time you talk to an atheist. They'll say it depends on what you mean by God. Try it. Take that opportunity to say, okay, here's a definition of God I want you to depend on, and then use that one to evaluate it if it exists. And they'll be like, all right, bet, go. And then just mention like the sun or Harry's left shoe. Exactly. Right? Just mention something that's real. And then they'll be like, oh, wait, hold on, time out. I'm abandoning my dependence on the definition. They'll immediately do that because the God exists. That's what they're doing. You show them a God that exists, and they'll be like, I'm not using that definition. But show them a God that doesn't exist, and they'll use that definition. They're fine with it. You give them, try it, right? When they say it depends on what God, and you'd be like, all right, well, Yahweh. And they'll be like, oh, yeah, Yahweh's not real because X, Y, Z, right? They're fine with it, but then give them a God that exists. And what do? They'll switch the argument immediately. They go from depending on the definition to not depending on the definition because they have a definition they're going to use instead of the one you want them to depend on. And if they're going to do that, if they're going to be adamant that, hey, look, I'm not going to use that definition. I'm going to use this definition that I have because it makes my, and if the atheist is honest, they'll be like, because it makes my job of proving God's not real easy. And I'm going to ignore that God. That God's not real God. That's not a real God. The atheist will tell you that. They'll be like, this is a real God, Yahweh. Yahweh's a real God. And that thing, the Eiffel Tower or Harry's left shoe, that's not a real God. They'll say that. Atheists will be like, that's not a real God. That's not what I mean. Right? But why do you mean anything? Shouldn't the atheist mean what their interlocutor told them, right? Shouldn't they mean that? Because the moment the atheist says, here is God, well, they're saying God's real, and they don't get to do that. The theists get to say what God is, and the assertions about God's existence, that's left up to the theists. The atheists have no burden, yet they do. They have no burden to tell anybody what a God is. They only tell people what God is to make their stupid ass knuckle dragon argument have any validity at all. They can't talk to you about all the gods that exist. They have to ignore them or feign an expertise they don't have and tell you that thing's not a God. That just seems irrational as fuck to me. I don't do that. That's why atheism's just never been a position. It's a contingent philosophy. It's an incoherent rejection of a more fundamentally incoherent proposition. That's all it is. There's no philosophy to it. They have no burden. Ask them. Ask an atheist to prove atheism, and watch their immediate confusion. Almost every single time they'll be like, I'm an atheist. That's me proving atheism. I just don't believe. I'm an atheist. No, you're not proving atheism by saying you're an atheist. You're proving that you are an atheist by proving or saying that you're an atheist. I'm asking you to prove the philosophy of atheism. And then you'll see the gear shift. Their eyes will go dull, right? They stand more erect, but then they just don't move and they start breathing real fast. And they just stand like that they'll stand like that for thousands of years until like motion or light occurs. And then the atheist will snap out of it. And it's like, yeah, we're back to reality. So go ahead and answer the question. They'll go into this weird catatonic state again. It's just rinse and repeat. It's because that's the atheist brain. They're stuck on theism. They require theism to define them. But then on the other hand, you ask them, you elicit their emotions about this topic, and they will deny. They will immediately, they'll just talk about like, all right, well, where do you get your morals from? It's not atheism. True. I agree with that. If you're talking to an atheist, you shouldn't expect their atheism to inform you about their morals. If you're talking to an atheist, you shouldn't expect their atheism to inform you about their scientific position. If you're talking to an atheist, you shouldn't expect their atheism to inform you on literally anything about them. It defines them in no way, shape, or form. You have no knowledge of what this person actually believes because they tell you, I'm an atheist, because all the atheist is telling you is that once the theist gives the atheist permission to speak, the atheist will then tell you what they lack belief in. I think that's fucking stupid. To sit there like somebody's little mental cuck, not free to think about your own philosophy until a moron. What this person, dude, this is the weird part. It's like, it's so weird. Most atheists will feel that they have an intellectual high ground to the theist, but then from their intellectual high ground will abdicate their rational agency to the theist themselves. They'll say to the theist, I refrain from thinking until you give me permission to think. Please, theist, tell me what God is so that I may have a philosophy. And it's just like, to me, it's kind of gross to do that. Like, I mean, if you want to, if you're into that kind of kinky shit or whatever, like, that's fine. I'm not trying to, be all judgmental. It's like that you're into that shit. I'm personally not into that. I don't go around telling theists that they define me, and that I need their descriptors, because I'm thoroughly convinced that theism is just dumb as shit. It's like the vestige. It's like something from an era that, it's not around anymore, so we don't need it. But theists are, they're propped up by their atheist underlings who gatekeep theism, right? Theists have trained atheists to gatekeep theism for them and like protect theists from people like me who I just want to shit on both of them, really, but I'd prefer to shit on the theists. But to get to them, I have to go through this like quarantine zone where there'll be atheists there. And to go talk to the theists, I gotta get the permission of the atheists. I just walk around the fence. Usually, is what I do, because the atheists are more on it that's fence. It doesn't go all the way around. But they'll gatekeep. They'll be like, hey, if you want to go talk in philosophy and stuff, you got to use this definition of God. And I'm like, what do you mean I got to use that definition of God? And they'll be like, yeah, it's the God of classical theism. And I'm like, why are you handing out pamphlets to the God of classical theism? Right? You're an atheist. What is this kiosk? I'm looking at this kiosk, and the kiosk is like set up with a bunch of God concepts, right? And the atheists are like, yeah, these are all the legitimate gods, and they want to check. They like check I'm wearing an overcoat, like a trench coat, and they have me like open up my trench coat. When I open it up, it's like Neo, right? It's like, and you see in my jacket, it's like every one of the gods. It's like all of them are in there. Right? And so they start like, they'll pull off some pamphlets and they'll be like, what's this? And I'll be like, oh, that one's on your list right there, buddy. That's Yahweh. And they'll be like, oh, okay. That's Yahweh? All right. And they put it back in my trench coat. Right? But then they start rummaging through my trench coat and they find one. You're like, what's this? And I'm like, oh, that one's worshipped by those people over there. It'll be like a picture of the sun. It'll be like a picture of the sun, and they'll be like, hey, this thing's real. And I'm like, yeah, those people, that group over there, those people legitimately worship that thing. And then the atheists will be like, they'll turn around to their little kiosk and they'll thumb through their list of approved gods, and they'll look on their list and they'll see that the God that I have, that I brought to them, that I found from those other people, they'll find that mine's not on their list. And so the atheist should be like, yeah, that's not a God. And I'd be like, no, it is a God. If you go ask those people over there, trust me, and I give them the pamphlet because I have an infinite supply of the pamphlets. So I'm just like, all right, atheists, just look, take the pamphlet, go talk to them, and you'll see that they legitimately worship that thing the same as those people who are the, people that worship Yahweh, just like they worship the God in this pamphlet, right? But the atheists, this is where they derp the fuck out, right here. Right, and I'm telling them, I'm like, look, this pamphlet that shows a picture of the sun is a God by account of those people who, that's the legitimate process right there. But the atheists, what are they doing? They are absolutely fucking terrified of letting me in my trench coat through their little kiosk gate because I have real gods in my trench coat. Right, there are, in my trench coat and my pamphlets, there's real gods on those pamphlets. I would agree. I show the atheists. I'm like, look, dude, most of these are just like bullshit, right? But they're harping on the ones that are real, and they don't want to let me through the philosophical gate here because I'm bringing real gods with me, and it shows that their position is incoherent. For whatever reason, I ask them, why can't I bring this God in there? And they just keep telling me because it's real. And I'm like, yeah, it's real. Do you have another reason that I can't bring this God into this room? And they have no real justification for that. They'll be like, well, I mean, you could see in your picture of the sun that it doesn't have legs. And I'm like, what do you mean? I'm not trying to say the sun has legs. Neither of those people who worship the thing either. They're not saying it has legs. I asked them. You know, they showed it to me. I'm like, where's the legs? That was the first question I asked atheists. And they said, oh, our gods don't have legs. And I was like, oh, I guess their God doesn't have legs, right? So I'm just reporting to you. Go ask them. They're not going to tell you that God has legs. Why are you concerned about legs, atheist? And they'll be like, well, it's not the God of classical theism. I'm like, yeah, I get that. That's why it's on the right side of the jacket. All the gods of classical theism I keep on my left sleeve, right? And it's damn near empty. All the other ones I keep, you know, on this side of my jacket. And that's where you're looking. You're looking at this side of my jacket, and it's all just a random hodgepodge collection of all the gods I've ever heard of in my entire life. Some of them are real. Some of them are not real. I'm sorry that your philosophy suggests that I can only go into this room if I have the approved list of gods that the atheists have certified. But atheists, if you could just step out of the way, because I want to go shit on the Yahwists, right? But you see, the problem is that the atheists don't want to get out of the way. They want to act like there are legitimate gods and there are illegitimate gods. When I'm just trying to say, look, technically, all of the gods that I have hidden in my trench coat, as far as I can tell, are illegitimate. As far as I can tell. But I'm not someone to tell, because I'm not a God expert. That's why there's just so many gods in my trench coat. It's because I don't know how to identify them, and I'm only putting ones in there that other people have identified. Atheists, they only put real gods worth merit in their trench coat. Think about that. Atheists will only put the legitimate gods in their trench coat. And, you know, if an atheist can clear that up for me without sounding like a complete fucking moron, yeah, I'll adopt atheism again, you know, but an atheist isn't going to clear that up. And if they try to, they're going to sound like a fucking moron because they know I'm right. This is true. What I'm saying right here is fucking true. You can hate me all you want. You can hate atheists, but what I just said is completely fucking true. Atheists think there's some kind of fucking expert, and that their opinion that the God of classical theism is the one we should be focused on. They could sit on it and fucking spin, because the gods we should be taking seriously are the ones we can experience. Those are the gods that we should be taking seriously if we're going to be taking any of the gods seriously. I don't know why the atheists would tell me that only the ones we can't experience and are defined in completely incoherent ways are the ones that we should philosophically take seriously. But all the ones that, well, they are real and you could base your claims off of them, no, those are the ones you shouldn't take seriously. I say go fuck yourself, atheists. I'm going to take all the claims seriously in their own light, and I'm going to reach a conclusion as to whether this one or that one exists or not, and I'm not going to be a moron and conflate them all like they're one big category, right? That's your problem, atheist, and that's why your atheism's stupid, because it's a categorical rejection of a fundamentally incoherent proposition. And there's just better ways to like shit on theism. If an atheist just wants to shit on theism, that's their whole goal. You don't need atheists to do that, right? You don't need, atheism isn't what is causing you to shit on them anyway. Think about it. What does the atheist use to shit on religion? Science, philosophy, right? They don't use their lack of their belief in God to shit on theism. They use every other philosophy under the sun to do that. Literally every other philosophy. They will never use their own philosophy of atheism to shit on theism. Never. They'll talk to you about morality, and they'll get into moral relativism or moral realism or something like that. That's what they'll do. They won't say, hey, due to the philosophy of atheism, because they'll admit right up front, there is no philosophy of atheism. So what the fuck are you then? There's theism, and there's what? You're a cuck for them? Like, it's literally like going around calling myself a non-tennis player. Like, yeah, I don't play tennis, but that's not a label I go carry around with me. I don't do that. Because if I'm going to carry around, I don't play tennis, well, I don't play badminton, I don't play ski, I don't play soccer, I don't play football, I don't play all of the motherfucking sports, and that's a long-ass list. There's like a few I'll play. I play hacky sack, or I used to. That was fun, right? There are things that I'll do. I'll even play some football or something, but I don't play it. Why would I go around labeling myself based on the shit I don't do? Atheist, why are you doing that? Get a real philosophy, and then you won't have to do that. Get a real sport, and if you want to be like someone who goes around and be like, yeah, I'm a sports player, right? Well, get a sport. Don't tell people I don't play tennis. That's what makes me a sport player. It's like, dude, just play chess or something. I play chess. I don't do tennis. I play a real sport. I play chess. It's a sport of the mind. Okay, well, there you go. You did it, right? I don't play chess. That's stupid. I play Monopoly. Well, congratulations, you did something, right? But saying that's a stupid sport, I'm a sport player and I don't play sports, that's just a contradiction. So atheism's either a philosophy or it's not. I think even the atheists will agree that it's not. So you should stop calling yourself and identifying yourself in the most useless and vapid way that you can, right? Which is, I'm not a member of the set of the most incoherent hodgepodge grouping of incoherent, disconnected morons on the planet. That tells me nothing about you, right? It doesn't. It really doesn't tell me anything about you that you don't do the literal most incoherent thing that you do or could do. That really doesn't inform me, right? Because the problem that I'm going to have here is there are really good scientists in the group of morons that they're citing, right? There are really good philosophers in the group of morons that they're citing, right? In the same group, there are better scientists than the average atheist who just philosophically what? Just nuh-uh? That's atheism. The philosophical position of nuh-uh. Well, nuh-uh what, motherfucker? What are you saying in your nuh-uh? Can we articulate that? Well, you can't articulate it with atheism. Listen to them. They'll just never do it. You ask an atheist to explain anything they assert as true. Don't ask them to do it with atheism because it's not atheism that informed them of that position anyway. So honestly, what are these people fucking defending, right? Nothing. They're cucks for theists. That's all they are. They're theistic gatekeepers. It's crazy. No, I feel like before we coined the term God, I'm just now reading your text there in side chat. We had ideas, mind stuff going on, emotions, right? We had emotional dispositions probably a lot longer in our brains than we had the words to describe those emotional dispositions of mortality. You know, if evidence come out that 3 million years ago, human beings were butthurt because somehow we figured out we were mortal, I would not be shocked at all. I'd be like, that's crazy. That's cool that we found that evidence. You know, it would totally be in line. Like if a chimpanzee, right, which would be the 3 million year old equivalent of us, something like that. If we did a study and it turned out that chimpanzees get butthurt every now and again because somehow they figured out that they're mortal, right? They did a study and, you know, they found out that chimps get upset, right? When when they think about death, right? I would not be shocked. I'd be like, yeah, I mean, death sucks. I'm sure it transcends species. Mourning, right? We see it in other animals. So it's not a shock to me that we mourn. Get, you know, butthurt over our own mortality. And all these kinds of conversations are around religion are rationalizations of that. And so the rationalizations would have come in this hypothetical millions of years after the butthurt, right? So we've been butthurt for however long we've been able to understand death. But to contextualize that feeling as a belief in God, that's where I think we're wrong. I think people were feeling that there was something more to reality long before we had words to poorly describe the emotion. Long before we had the words to poorly describe the emotion. And I think we persist in that today, that we have these emotions and we still have not the right words for some people to express those emotions. So, no, I think we've been believing and feeling animistic aspects of nature, because when you look at anthropology, it tells us that our earliest belief systems were about nature. We were personifying aspects of nature. We were giving some level of importance to aspects of nature, right? Those are our earliest belief systems. They're not codified, personified beliefs where we're giving these things names and stuff like that. We're just ritualizing things around a developing. I don't know if it's fair to call it an ethical approach to human reasoning in animism, but it's definitely showing the dawn of what we now call spirituality and stuff like that, which I just believe is a misconception, right? It's a mischaracterization of emotional states, emotional feelings. If you ever hear people describe their emotional or their spiritual things, they use and rely heavily on emotions, elation, happiness, joy. All these things are emotional states that all of us feel, whether you believe in the spirit or not. These are descriptions of the human condition. So what they're saying that spirituality is, when you listen to them explain it, are just aspects of the human condition. And so the idea with animism is that at some point in our past, we learned to take that, the notion that human beings are moral agents and worth, right? Worth value, and apply that to nature itself. And we come up with deification of nature. And so I always argue that the oldest gods, and believed in for the most amount of time, were actually gods that exist, right? Because we just lack the intellectual capacity at the time that these first gods were born to imagine a thing, to abstract a thing that's not there. It was much easier for us to do abstractions about things that were there, right? The meaning to the rain, the meaning to the thunder, the meaning to the rocks, what's in the rocks, why are they rocks? These kinds of things are our first evidences for religion, which is, again, nature. So that's why I push back that our first gods were not any of the gods that atheists today would say, hey, these are the gods that I'm talking about. These are the gods that my philosophy is addressing. Well, you're addressing the gods today because those ones are easy to prove lack existence, which is what atheists is referencing. And when our species has probably been believing in spiritual stuff for, I try to be as fair as possible and just say for as long as Homo sapiens sapien, which is about 200 to 300,000 years. Personified deities, personal deities, have only been around for 8,000 years or so. 8 to 10, we'll give them a few thousand years. 10,000 years humans been believing in personal deities. About 10, that's the only evidence we have direct physical evidence of animism for 30,000 years. Even and there's strong evidence still for like 50,000 years. There's still evidence for anytime that you see these great big structures that we're building, you can put a strong inference on that. Well, maybe some caliber of inference to it, maybe not necessarily strong, but that was a useful spot for ritualization, right? So the overwhelming majority of human existence God was merely aspects of nature. Only in the last few thousand years have we personified that to the point that anybody really gives a shit about disagreeing with existence, right? Yeah, of course, Yahweh does not exist, but not, of course, the sun doesn't exist. Not, of course, the wind doesn't exist, right? Of course, the wind exists. Of course, the sun exists. But atheists, because they were traumatized probably by Christians mostly, have a knee-jerk reaction to reject the existence of God because God hurt them. Well, the adherents to God hurt them, right? The people who followed this particular religion and that religion's, force on them, it left a abusive taste in their mouth. And I agree, it does leave an abusive taste in our mouths when we're taken advantage of as children and gaslit by our own parents and culture into believing just some of the dumbest propositions that you could teach a person, fucking magic and shit. It's a painful path to that knowledge, is the introspection and the sort of I call it a Socratic approach inside your own brain, that you begin investigating what is God by just looking inside your brain and asking you, where did you hear about it? And trace that to its inception in your brain. How did you hear about God? Did you hear about it in a reliable way, or did you hear about it through culture? If you heard about it through culture, you should caution your the reliability of thousands of years of Chinese whispers / telephone, because that's all it is. I don't know if we're right or wrong about these things inherently. A lot of them sound fucking stupid, but what do I know about cosmic entities? I don't know shit. I'm a ground monkey on a fucking mud ball. For all I know, we're in some alien fucking space prison, right? And they captured our planet thousands of years ago and put us in a zoo, for all I know. How the fuck do we know that we're not in a goddamn... We don't, right? There's no answer for solipsism. It's a waste of fucking time. So, that's where we're at. We're dealing with tens of thousands of years of fucking telephone, culturally propped up by family units as vectors for this mimetic virus that we call religion. And the sad thing is it strips us. It strips us of our humanity, right? That's what religion does, is it tries to take anything good about humanity and strip it from humanity and outsource it to something else that's not us. We don't need help being bad animals. We're a really bad animal. And we don't need help being viewed as it's not hard for any random human to be like, are humans good or bad? To be like, well, and come to a conclusion on that. And I think even when they say, yeah, we're good, they couch it behind hems and haws, right? And when they say we're bad, they couch it behind hems and haws, right? Because there's so much negativity that I think you do have to kind of gaslight yourself to say that humans are good. Humans are so good. Unlock your doors, walk around at night. Humans are so easy. No, they're not. Humans are not good. They'll get you when you're not looking. So, yeah. To trust, just look around you. Because the people that, you see around you today, think of them about 6, maybe 17 times dumber, because you're just rewinding the clock back to the Bronze Age. And then ask yourself, would you trust your average Joe? I mean, that's where these stories come from, your average Joe. But from ancient Judea, back before, education, anyone could read, proper hygiene, right? Back before anything. And yet we're supposed to look at, people from ancient Judea or anywhere else on the fucking planet. We pick on Judea a lot. But anywhere else in the world and be like, yeah, these people knew it. These people, they had, oh shit, he just beat the shit out of his wife. Oh fuck, he just shat in a goddamn hole. That's the people you're talking about, right? The people you're trying to say, hey, this person had an idea, probably fucked a child, right? It's the unfortunate fucking truth that people from ancient pasts are just horribly, graphically bad people, and we just romanticize them and we build them up into people they're not, so that we can culturally gaslight each other that we're not so fucking bad. But yeah, we are. We stink like shit still, because you know, this isn't going to sound great, but, you know, ask yourself, why do you shower? I love asking people this, like, why do you get into the shower? Is it to wash the day off? Most people would say, the day is what I'm washing off. And then you ask them, it's like, does the day smell like rotten onions? Like when you go out into the day and you're just walking around, does it smell like putrid onions out there? And, you know, they'll be like, nah, it doesn't smell like putrid onion out there. And it's like, that's because the day doesn't smell like putrid onions. Do you know who does smell like putrid onion when you're in the shower cleaning yourself off? That's you. You're the one who smells like fucking onion, right? You're excreting those foul odors. Outside smells just fine. There's nothing wrong with the smell of outside. So, like, you're not washing outside off of you. You're washing inside off the surface of you, right? All the shit that is leaking out of you, that's what you're showering off. It's not the day. You're actually stinking up the environment when you go out there. The outside smells great. It's only when we go out there that it starts smelling bad because we're bringing the stank with us. We're nasty ass, oil leaking, vile meat sacks, right? It's just what we are. So, yeah, I mean, it's an uncomfortable truth that, you know, we're not really showering to get the day off. We're showering so that you don't smell the monkey inside. But then it's just, you know, if you can acknowledge that you're then it's us that's nasty. It's us. We're the ones in all the ways making things bad. Any bad, it's because humans exist there. That's why it's bad. We're vile species. It's just what we are, but we, you know, don't get hung up on it. You know, we're going to be a vile species for a long fucking, probably tens of millions of years. I mean, animals themselves are nasty. Holy shit. Yeah, it's just animals. There's not an animal that doesn't do that. Like, all animals just stink. We're rotten. We're rotten, I tell you. We caused like one of the first mass extinctions, just animals. The existence of animalia fucking caused mass extinctions. There's people today, though, they think that a particular species of ground monkey is holy, is divine. I want to grab their face and bury it in my armpit after not showering for 3 days so that they get a good whiff of what monkeys actually smell like when we don't hide behind colognes and perfumes. You know, you want to say something's divine about a human, dude. We shove food in our mouths and feces is excreted from our assholes. We call that divine. What a divine shit, right? We're nasty. We're disgusting. We squat and we shit, and you're gonna say that we're divine? We're forged after the image of an all-powerful. Come on, right? Like at some point, we just got to step back as humans and just be like, yeah, we're fucking delusional. Right? That's what's going on. We're all fucking delusional. We're not special. We do stink. That's why we all have showers, and creams and emulsifiers and shit inside of our showers. You know, it doesn't say breaks down outside, you know, in the chemicals. It says breaks down monkey juice. That's what it's breaking down. So all I'm trying to say is if you want to have a better future, you got to be able to recognize the present, and make adjustments to the present. And, you know, but if you don't know what the present even looks like, then you're never going to get to changes and stuff. And like us being a moral animal, I mean, that's why it's so far away, because we're so fucking deluded, and we'd rather just kill each other than admit we stink, right? It's fucking crazy. But yeah, you know, God probably is us only in the context that it's our own ego. We just personified our own ego. I mean, it's linguistically rooted. It has no ontology outside of linguistics in all of the forms, even the ones that are real. God only has ontology in conversation. The external ontology is benign objects in human behavior. That's the ontology of that. People just don't like the message. So I think that's why it's so hard to like get the conversation going.
I don't know. I don't know.
Let's go, nerd. Prove it. Yeah, I didn't want to engage with that. Not even a little bit. I mean, that's all that's really left on this server, though. To be honest, is just some of the dumbest people you'll interact with. Some dumb racist people. So, look, I try to. I don't even let the soft A go by. So I try to I do moderate the shit out of that. We're pretty hostile towards that stuff, but you know, it's just a consequence of a live streaming on politics Discord. So, but yeah, it will be moderated. Every I don't even warn. I just ban. It's the only punishment we give is banning. No, but it's funny. Hopefully, we can get you know a decent conversation going with, you know, if there is a decent conversation, it's going to be with an atheist. Let's be real. The theists on this server are just usually so fucking toxic that there's no point in even trying to engage.
Quadruple in and to the nth power, doubling down. It's fucked up.
Yeah, it's wild. You almost want, like, you wonder why theists don't debate theists more. Like, why do they care about debating atheists at all? You would think that they would debate each other and start asking pertinent questions that, you know, questions I ask. Like, well, how do you know that, you know, God's blue and it's got 6 arms? How do you know that? Right? And then the other guy will be like, well, how do you know God's made of a triangle? Huh? How do you know that shit? You would think they would have that conversation, and then they would realize, well, actually, I've never actually seen Shiva, so I don't know that it's blue and it's got all them arms. That's interesting. And then the other guy would be like, well, yeah, I've never actually seen Jesus, the Holy Spirit, and God be in the shape of a triangle. So, that's, you'd think that would happen, but that never happens ever in the history of humanity. Has that ever happened one time? And that's like one of the things that I figured. I can't remember if somebody taught me the idea or if it's just something I remember because I've had the thought for so long. I'm fairly confident somebody said it and I stole it from them, but I don't remember doing it. But anyway, the idea of, like, whenever you leave your, and this is only true of people who were indoctrinated, like when you leave your house on the way to church, like on Sunday, that all these people are doing, they're going to go refill their theotoxins. So shit could get wild today. But, you know, when I was in my youth and I was going to refill my theotoxins, you know, what do you think about those other churches? Because that's what I wondered. When I was passing the other churches, I just thought they were churches just like mine. I really didn't understand the distinction of denominations and stuff like that until I got older. But, you know, when it was pointed out to me, you know, you really got to wonder. It's like in the minds of some of these people, especially the adults, because I was a kid, you know, but, you know, if I'm driving my kid to church and I know that like the Episcopalians and the Mormons and we all just disagree, then if I'm driving past all these churches and I'm asking this question, like, how do they not, like, what do you think they're doing in there? Jealous of your church? Like, if you actually know that they disagree fundamentally with your church, you know, the Protestants and the Catholics, and you got a Protestant church sitting next to a Catholic church, do you think in your Protestant church, do you think the Catholics are just jelly? They wish they were in your church. And do you think the Catholics are jelly of Protestants? Like, do you guys not realize that you're doing exactly the same things that each other's doing in your own little houses there? And it's the opposite. But you can't see that you see what I'm saying? It's like, how do you not reconcile the existence of the denominations and then come at people like me? Y'all motherfuckers can't even agree with yourselves. And you have the nerve to go talk to an atheist or anyone else about, well, why don't you believe in the existence of God? It's like, bro, you deny the existence of most gods. Theist, right? Like, if you're talking to a Christian, they deny the existence of most gods. We only just go one more, right?
But it's worse than that, because when you talk to them, they don't even know what their fucking God is.
Yeah, it's just wild. They're like, I cannot believe you don't believe in my God. And it's just like, bro, we share more common ground than you fucking realize, man. And I bet you if you was to tell me, why don't you believe in Shiva? You'd probably give some of the very same arguments that an atheist would give. Same fucking, it sounds silly, blah, blah, blah. Obviously not all the same arguments, but a lot of the same arguments. We had a kid in here last night, completely brain dead. Kept telling us to stop saying that and stuff. You just couldn't believe that filthy shit was in the Bible and stuff. We had to ban him. So I think Mango got triggered and fucking banned him. But it was just like, dude, it's so toxic to have to show, like, these morons want us to stop killing babies, for example. Like, they'll be like, look, you guys got to stop killing all the babies. And it's like, but we don't like the babies and we don't want the babies. And like, you got to stop killing them. And so it's like, why, though? And you ask them, you'd be like, why? And it'd be like, because they're super special. And then you read theirs, and it's just like, yeah, kill babies. Like, their book will say, kill babies for the most grotesque reason. And you point at it and be like, it says right here that y'all are allowed to kill babies for this reason, but we're not allowed to kill babies because we don't like them and can't afford them. Like, y'all want to kill babies because you think wife cheated. That's a good enough reason to kill the wife and the baby in your model. But you don't want us to kill babies because we can't afford them and we don't like them. We think they're ugly or something like that. You know, some whatever reason we come up with. We're not allowed to do that. But y'all can kill them if you think you'll get out of your marriage because your wife cheated. Dude, I'm sorry. Look, I understand the emotions that a man must feel or a woman must feel finding out those aren't your kids. That's unfortunate. That's super bad. But making them drink a magic shit water potion where they will die is even more fucked up. And see, that's like part of the problem is, like, never is it the case that someone's being genuine when they say that. Because if they are being genuine, when you point it out, they'd be like, oh, shit, okay, yeah, no, kill it. I don't care. Kill it. I thought my Bible said that we couldn't kill them, so that's the only reason I was against it. But now that you've pointed out that my God says that we can kill them for this stupid fucking reason, yeah, go ahead. That's actually a good reason, man. Fuck. That's what I would be saying. You know, if I had learned that I was against killing babies because, you know, they were expensive, for example, right? And someone was like, yeah, but your own philosophy says you can kill them if you think your wife cheated. I would immediately put a hierarchy of fucked up, and it just would happen like seconds. And I would realize that my position is the most fucked up, and this dude's position where he just doesn't want it is like actually a better reason to kill that, well, we call it a fetus. I keep saying baby, same thing. It's just, you see what I'm saying? It's like you would think that a moral agent would come to their own conclusion that their book has the worst reason to kill a baby. And if their book approves that worst reason, then yep, let them all through. Let all the abortions, let them all. Old term, late term, post term, pre-term, all the terms, right? Kill them all, right? You would think that the person would be like, shit, I thought my shit was moral, but nope, God's the complete dick. He says kill him if you don't like your wife. So fucking floodgates. But no, they're still, they just deny it. It's not in there. They'll just deny that their God monster says killing babies and their pregnant mothers is awesome. They can't get that through their fucking brain. That's what your book, the one you're saying I can't kill a baby because I think it's ugly. You're saying I can't do it for that reason, but I can do it if the mother cheated. If the mother cheated, then kill that baby. Kill it. Fucking kill it. Right? That's instead of saying, it's like, how do you have the conversation? You can't have that conversation because they're so hopelessly fucking lost that they're not able to clearly see the moral difference. That on the one hand, you don't like your baby, which sounds horrible, right? Up front. You don't like your baby, so you just want to kill your fetus, right? Is on the one hand an immoral, it sounds immoral, but do you want a baby to be raised in an environment where the parents don't want it or hate it? What's worse, growing up in an unloving household all your fucking life and being treated like shit, or just not existing, right? That's a difficult question. I don't know how to answer that question. I would never wish that life on somebody. Just as an experiment, I think it would be an unethical experiment. Wouldn't be able to do that because that alone, it's horrific. But that's the solution for weak-minded people right there, is that they're told by their church killing babies for any reason is bad, so they stop good reasons to kill a baby, a fetus. Good reasons. They stop good reasons and don't give a shit that the whole foundation of their argument is just fundamentally flawed because their God monster says kill babies for gross reasons. It's just, how do you actually have the conversation at that point? You can't. You would have to get in a time machine and not inculcate that person so that they're not that brain damaged. You're not going to convince that person. Their damage is beyond repair. They're inculcated that way. It's their life. Reality doesn't. Dude, I've talked to some of these people, and you ask them, if you're wrong, what happens to reality? And they think it'll just disappear. Their understanding of reality is more important to them than the existence of reality. Because if reality isn't like the way they say it, it doesn't exist. It's fucking broken ass brain right there. How do you fix that? That's child abuse. Like, the parents should be incarcerated for shit like that. If we weighted cognitive child abuse the same as we do physical or emotional child abuse, yeah, many Americans would be in prison for abusing their children cognitively, not setting up their children's brain for success. We don't do that because, there's a lot of reasons why we don't do that shit. But, what right do we have to deny access to the proper mimetic information? What right does an adult have to not provide the best mimetics? It's fucked up. It's like we have a right to provide nutrients, like actual nutrients for our growing, developing offspring. We'll get in trouble if we don't. If we intentionally don't allow our children to have calcium, for example. If your child went to the hospital for, hypokalemia, and they looked at the parents' diet plan, and, it said, like, no calcium. And they showed that the diet plan restricted all calcium from that child's, diet. they would be arrested. That would be child abuse. We would understand the irreparable harm. This probably dead child, no calcium, you're going to die. But trying to use the example or whatever. You would be arrested for murder, neglect, child abuse, all kinds of fucking shit. What's the difference in the development of a human being in denying them access to calcium versus denying them access to proper memetics, proper memes? What's the difference? I don't really see a difference. I see both of them as child abuse. One of them, if you want to say there's a difference, is more immediate in death, right? In that, no calcium, you just die. And obviously, no meme, you still live, right? You don't get the meme, you still live. So maybe calcium's a bad example, but, like take something like alcohol, right? Like we have laws to say you can't be all drunk or you can't be on crack. When you're pregnant, you can't feed your kid these drugs, right? And, there are chemicals that if you give them, they'll make your baby retarded cognitively, intellectually, emotionally, right? You give your children certain chemicals and it causes brain damage. It'll cause delayed development in different things, obviously not with like vaccines and shit like that. I don't think any of that is true, but you still have a situation where we stand at the helm of the development. We're setting the stage for the development of a whole ass another human being. And if we can't admit that proper memetics are important, like the appropriate memetics, like K through 12, for example, there's a reason we have K through 12. There's a reason why there's a moral and legal obligation put on you by society to educate your children. We should have the same for these kinds of memes that set a human up for success, the long-term success in teaching your kid magic, teaching your kid all these, horrific dead-end thoughts is fucked up. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't teach your child that way. It's okay to fuck with your child, but like long-term lasting damage, like what's the difference between the Tooth Fairy and Santa Claus and God? Like, is there any real difference? Yes, there is. Usually when we're gaslighting our children with Santa Claus, well, start with the Tooth Fairy. Whenever we're gaslighting our children with the Tooth Fairy, it's all fun and games until they push back. But what happens when they push back? What happens when the kid's like, all right, gig's up, guys. This is bullshit. What happens? We immediately give in. We're like, yeah, we were fucking with you the whole time. And we give into that. We stop pressuring the child, right? What happens with Santa Claus? Well, we do similar, but we try to be more sneaky. In culture, Santa Claus is more culturally ingrained than the Tooth Fairy. So when Santa Claus starts becoming not real for children, we'll gaslight him a little bit longer, right? We'll put more cultural pressure. Now, it might be different in a person's household. Maybe the Tooth Fairy was more relevant in that household and it'll be inverted or whatever. But the point would be is that we have, I know in my household, the Tooth Fairy was out real quick. Easter Bunny didn't take much longer. And then, Santa Claus was last. Santa Claus was one of the last ones. But it's about that cultural pushback, like with the presents. It takes us longer because they gaslight us harder, right? They put presents out there. They all team up. It's like this collective idea. It's persistent and shit. It's less chaotic than the loss of a tooth. That's chaotic. You can't really predict that. I mean, a little bit you can, but Christmas is the same day every year. So, it's about that pushback. It's when the kid starts seeing that the gig's up and the pushback comes. But, there's that time when your Santa Claus ass is in the living room trying to be all sneaky, and you turn around and there they are. There they fucking are, catching you red-handed. The gig is now up. And you could continue to gaslight. You could be like a religious person and you could pull off the belt and you could look at him and you say, hey, if you keep thinking that I'm standing here right in front of you, I'm going to beat you. You could do that. It's illegal, but you could do that. It's an option. Many people take that option, especially when it comes to religion. Or the typical household will look at their kid, instead of taking the belt off, just, go, hush, hush, go to bed. We'll talk about it in the morning, yada, yada. And then the gig is finally up. But it's about that cultural pushback. It's about how much are you willing to gaslight your children, and for what reason? We do it with Santa Claus. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. It teaches good lessons, I think, valuable lessons. I think what teaches better lessons is like a pet. So like if you're going to have a kid, I'd say buy a dog immediately, like a good sized dog, like a Labrador, something that's going to die right about the perfect time when that kid's old enough, like they're maybe 10, 12, 13 years old, and they're going to lose somebody they love, and they're going to be traumatized from that. They're going to have to learn what that's like. And it's better that they learn and they start with a dog than with losing a brother or a sister or, a mom or a dad or a grandpa. You set them up for that properly. And that's one of the lessons. And so that's why I don't think there's no value in, inculcating our children with these kinds of, gaslighting fairy tales and stuff, because it teaches us something about how to think. I'm pretty sure it would prime us for distinguishing imagination and reality, setting us up to do our own investigations. Like we begin thinking that the gig is up about the teeth. You set up traps for your parents, maybe. And you learn how to investigate. And the more you fuck with a kid, the more often you fuck with the kid on those topics, I think the better they'll get at deducing, right? Coming to more structured, coherent thoughts and stuff like that. It's great. It's part of the learning process. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just a reference to how strongly you're pushing back to their pushback. When they start questioning reality, right? That they don't think it's a fucking tooth fairy, they start questioning reality. They're like, all right, look, I'm pretty sure it's a tooth fairy. However, the last time that happened, I smelled my dad's cologne. I swear I smelled my dad's cologne the last time. And it starts like that, right? Is that like maybe in the middle of the night, you went in there, you snuck and you got out, but you forgot you were wearing cologne and you shut the door, and the kid wakes up, the tooth fairy, and then he smells his dad's cologne and he goes back to sleep, and he doesn't even really put two and two together that first time. But that's when the brain is starting to logically push back. It's starting to construct the ability. It's formulated the ability to start thinking logically, linearly, right? Deducing. And if you push back too hard on that, if you gaslight your children too hard, you blow it up. If you beat your child because he won't accept that it was the tooth fairy, right? Think about the lasting damage you'll do. He knows it was you. That next time he set it up. He said, Dad, I lost another tooth. Why don't you tell the tooth fairy? And he goes to sleep, and he ain't asleep. Sees his dad come in and do it and leave, whatever. Just giving examples. And then bam, there it is. You've successfully ruined your own fucking relationship with your child because you wanted to gaslight him too hard. You look like a fucking lion sack of shit. Especially if you're abusive and you took it too far, right? If you overlay this with religion, it fits right in, right? Fits right in. If you don't fucking sit down and do what you're told, I'm the fucking adult, right? Like how many kids have to hear this shit from gaslighting fucking retards that you hear on these platforms here? Fucking abject morons come in here and say the stupidest shit promoting their fucking religion. These are the type of people that will use their power, their position as a parent, an elder, and they'll have unfettered access to their own children to sit there and fucking gaslight them. They'll sound like, overbearing, confident people to their own children because they don't have that intellectual pushback. They come in rooms like this and they get fucking shit on, right? They get dominated logically because they themselves, they don't fucking think. They're not used to it, right? They're just saying vapid, nonsense. People like me sitting around in these rooms all the time fucking hearing this vapid nonsense have that ability to push back. But you got to think, dude, if a person comes in here and they state these things and they get their shit pushed in and they go back and they teach their children in absolute confidence of what they just got their shit pushed in cognitively, that's abuse. That's abuse right there. How many tens of millions of Americans are doing that right now in our society with their own children? Gaslighting the fucking shit out of them, abusing their dominance over their own children to instill religious beliefs in these children under threat of being ostracized, under threat of being beaten, under threat of, in very rare cases, killed, right? There's a reason why religion is persistent, and it's not on the merits of the claim. It's on the level of abuse that the people closest to us are willing to enact on us if we act out of line. That's what keeps religion persistent. It's disgusting. All right, back in a bit.
Right there, Iggy.
I just got back. What happened?
No, there's some kid in here. I didn't know if my mic was shit. He was saying he couldn't hear me, but I'm outside, so I don't know.
Oh, it's
Ate a bunch of edibles. So I'm doing the right thing by walking to get my weed.
hey, you sound like basically fine. I mean, there's a little wind or whatever.
Some kid came in and then he was like, "Are you talking to me?" And I was like, "I didn't know if I could hear him, so I just didn't know if my mic worked." And when I checked the stream, it didn't look like it was on YouTube.
Oh, I was in
Just
the
a black
shower,
screen.
so I paused the stream.
Yeah, cool. You can hear me, obviously. So
kilopond was the word I didn't know that I needed yesterday when I was trying to explain weight to the guy.
You said a philopod?
Kilopond, P-O-N-D, like a lake, kilopond.
Uh.
It is it's called kilogram force, KGF or KG-F, also known as the kilopond or KP, is what we use here on Earth, because of Earth's gravity at 9.8 meters per second squared, the gravitational acceleration. And so he was thinking that I was saying that a kilogram is changing from planet to planet. And I was trying to tell him the weight of the kilogram is what's going to change from planet to planet.
I remember it was bad and I couldn't speak.
Yeah. And he was not understand. Like, he did how it was weird because half his brain understood that weight is a relational attribute that mass has with the gravity well. But I was trying to tell him that there's no weight on the ISS, and he was like, but there's kilograms, and I was like, but there's no weight, bro.
That's a mass, yeah.
Yeah, that's mass, and it can be expressed in kilograms. That's a unit of mass. But 1 kilogram on Earth is expressed differently on another planet, right? It's the same mass, but the weight, right, is gonna be different if you have a lower or stronger force of gravity. He wasn't getting that. He thought that a kilogram weighed a kilogram weighed a kilogram, and it's like, well, no, because you're talking about weight. A kilogram is a kilogram is a kilogram anywhere, because it's just saying it's a kilogram of this material, 1,000 grams of it, but the weight is not the thing being transferred here. It's just the mass, the stuff itself that can be weighed. Mass is what is weighed, but weight, yeah. I just need to remember kilopond.
It was funny the way he wasn't getting it though. It seems so simple.
It's confusing. I guess if you're not careful, and if I wasn't being careful the way I express it, I could have fucked him up. But I think I was doing it right, but he was just not tracking me. Oh, the robot is saying newtons is also a good way to measure weight, or to analogize weight is to use newtons.
Yeah.
Which that makes sense. That should be easier for somebody to understand.
It's kind of giving credit where it's due.
Yeah, because weight is, newtons, the force, the expression of the force of gravity upon a mass. I'm gonna take my dog on a walk. I'll be back.
You say you're gonna be right back?
I'm gonna take my dog on a walk.
Yeah.
Wow. That turned into a whole ass adventure.
Well, man, I was just on top of the hill on base. I was trying to show you videos.
Oh shit, that sucked. No, I was waylaid by the enemy and I was forced to defend myself.
I took a few pics, though. In my adventure. Was it she leading, or were you taking her on the adventure?
No, it was outside people. I had to help my neighbors do some stuff.
It's always the way.
Yeah, I get food out of it sometimes, so it's pretty cool.
Yeah, when maintenance is there, huh?
What's that?
Bad. I said when maintenance is there, eh? Bad joke.
No, they just give me like some like Mexican food every now and again, so it's pretty good.
You eat
It's actually really good.
Mexican food?
What do you got against tamales, bro?
Tamales are fucking disgusting. I'm gonna keep it real. I like Mexican food, but tamales, fuck no.
You ain't having
People,
them right then.
I've had them like a lot of different ways where people like rave about them, bro. But I think if you didn't like grow up eating this dog shit, you wouldn't be attracted
No,
to it later on.
they're really good, dude.
I didn't grow up
Yeah,
eating
man.
it, and I love
Yeah, you're just getting bad tamales, which is easy to do.
Maybe that is the case, bro. But it's just like it's gross. It's like what the outside. It's not good, bro. I'm sorry. The texture is off, and then like the flavor is okay. It's just like mushy, nasty, fucking yeah. I don't
Yeah,
know.
they shouldn't be mushy at all, dude.
Well, they're not like crispy either. They're wrapped in like the corn stalk or whatever, corn whatever they call that.
Yeah, you don't eat that though. They're steamed.
Obviously, yeah, and then it's mushy after, bro.
No, it should be nice and firm. Like that guy has no idea what he's talking about. What kind of fucking tamale is this? How do you even make a soggy tamale? How do you? It don't even make sense, dude. I don't know. I've always had like overdone tamales. If they're bad, I've never had a soggy tamale. Look at all that communism, dude. That's crazy.
Hey, you got me wanting to walk around and look for a taco shop. There's got to be one in the north end here.
I think, yeah, tamales are fine. They're definitely not my favorite, but I mean, a fresh home cooked tamale, I never turned down a fresh home cooked tamale.
Especially when someone made it for you when you did something. Like, man, that's just love.
I mostly get like soups, like a chili, Mexican chili. It's really good.
I've always said I never pass up free food, right? Man, just seems polite.
Yeah. Well, I like definitely if you know them. I don't think I'd take it from a stranger for sure. But
Well, yeah, within reason, you know what I mean? Like, that's why I
yeah,
make jokes all the time about chocolate bars. You find, like, you want to eat that? That's the Tempe there today.
it's warming up, but not too bad right now. It's 80, but we've been getting a lot of rain, so it's a little bit more humid than normal.
That's what us. We had torrential rain last night, and it's humid as fuck. It's only 23, but I'm sweating my balls off. All right, Hippo, you're up. Prove it.
Oh,
Can you not scream in the mic, maybe? Is this all you got?
I'm sorry. Huh? No, I said my mom called me.
No, it just sounds like you're speaking extremely loud.
Me?
Yeah. So this is the God ain't real, prove me wrong room, right? And everyone who enters will ask, can you demonstrate the existence of a God thing? So can you, Hippo? Can you do it? Can you demonstrate the existence of a God thing?
I would say like there's no like proof, but like I will say like you have faith in everything. So like I believe that God is real because like it's just based off of faith, bro. Like a
Okay,
religion.
because you're using faith, Hippo, because you're using faith, you are unable to prove it, right? But you believe because you have faith, right?
Well, everybody believes
Believes in what?
in everything.
Yeah, see, but I can only believe in what I have access to, right? Because I can speak meaningfully
No,
about
you
that.
can
Everything
believe
else.
anything.
No.
Yeah, you
Oh
can.
dear,
For
Hippo. Oh
example,
no.
you believe that when you ride a roller coaster or when you go on a Disney World trip, right? You believe that they check.
See, Hippo, now just go ahead and believe yourself unmuted, right?
Yeah, believe real hard.
And then you can finish what you got to say, right?
God
See how reality
anywhere,
don't work that way?
but it kind of does.
Can I introduce you to another idea that you may or may not like? Will you listen?
hmm
So, oftentimes beliefs are described as compulsory, and the reason is because we have certain standards. Like I believe my dog is sleeping right there. That belief is I can't change that, right? I could pretend that my dog's there, but my belief is because my senses are informing me that this is where my dog is and that she's sleeping. I'm not choosing to believe that. And why would I have faith that she's not right there sleeping? So this doesn't make sense to just say that we just choose our beliefs. Maybe some beliefs or something. I don't know what beliefs you're talking about, but I feel like I'm compelled to believe because it's just a series of conclusions I've reached on my experience. But how do I choose that though? Like, what does it mean to choose that my dog is a hippopotamus? Right? It doesn't make any sense. So why are you
Kind
saying
of.
that we just choose the beliefs?
Yeah, you choose to believe what you want to believe, and if
I
you don't want to
don't.
believe, yes, you do.
All right, gaslight me one more time.
I'm not gaslighting you.
That's gaslighting right there
I'm
because you're
not
telling me what I believe. Fuck you, trash. Go fuck yourself. Fucking dog shit going around telling people what they fucking believe, and then when they politely ask you to stop gaslighting them, i.e., gave you another fucking opportunity to speak to me after I told you you were gaslighting me, and what'd you do? You immediately gaslight me about gaslighting me. How about your dumb ass go look up what gaslighting means so that you understand how you're gaslighting? Because I ain't having a conversation or listening to a gaslighting piece of shit. That's just not what I do. Hopefully you learn to treat people better and stop putting words in their mouth. right? Don't do that to people. It's not fun. It's toxic as shit. It just shows that you're not a fair person. I believe we gave you ample reason to understand. If your dumb ass thinks that people just believe their dogs are hippopotamuses, click the disconnect button. You're too fucking stupid for me to want to engage with. Like, at this point, if you're still there in that belief, that's fine. You keep it somewhere else. If you want to just sit and chat freeload, that's fine. I'm streaming live on YouTube. You could chat freeload from there because at least you'll be helping me out. Here, you're just a pain in my ass. That's it. Yeah, it's rude to gaslight people. Most people don't like being gaslit. You obviously don't know what the word gaslighting means, so you should look it up. Because we're never going to be able to have a conversation until you stop it. Because I just don't tolerate it. That's the problem. Like, I can have the conversation with you, but if you're just going to gaslight, then you're not worth talking to. There's nothing to say, right? Nothing. It's in one ear and out the other because you're just a gaslighting piece of shit. You don't care what other people have to say. You'll tell them what they think. That's what you'll do. You'll just go tell people what they think. You could do that in the fucking mirror in your bathroom. You don't need another human being for that. I've already told you like 3 times. Here's a 4th time probably. Go to Google and type in gaslighting and actually look it up because you don't know what the word means. You're just saying, no, I'm not gaslighting, but you don't know what gaslighting is. It's like you just have this desire to believe that you cannot be characterized in any negative light. You hear this word gaslighting, you know that's a negative light, so you're just saying, nuh-uh, you're not doing that. Yes, you are. You are textbook gaslighting. There's actually no clearer example of gaslighting other than telling someone you don't believe that. That is the by definition gaslighting, you fucking moron. Look, I'm not reading your wall of text. I'm not. I see you're typing. I'm not really paying attention to the substance or meat of it. I saw your first, and you're just like, I'm not gaslighting. That's all you're just wasting your fucking time. Till you stop gaslighting, this is your treatment. So if you want to be always treated like this, don't make any changes or adjustments to who you are. Just keep being you, and I'll just keep mod abusing you until you get, I guess, worn out and you go away and I never have to deal with your fucking bullshit ever again, right? But, yeah, you don't get a voice in here if you're just going to gaslight, so go fuck you. Like, it's just go fuck yourself. Yes, so that you'll go away. I don't want to fill up my fucking ban list with morons, right? I'm hoping that you'll just gas out, go away, and never fucking come back. That's what I'm hoping. So you stay muted until you just go fuck yourself. You're obviously not going to stop gaslighting. So I'm just waiting for you to gas out and go fuck yourself. It's a fair request. Well, like I said, as long as you think you're not gaslighting me, you're going to stay muted. So keep pretending you're not gaslighting. It's not going to change the outcomes. Watch. Let's try it again. Tell me you're not gaslighting again. Be very clear and specific so that you know that the message is delivered to me. Then I'll repeat back the message to confirm that the message was delivered, and then I'll answer the same exact way. That way there's no ambiguity. So just type in clearly and unequivocally, I am not gaslighting. Type that and hit enter. Just so that you know it's clear and that you get all the information you need to make an executive function. So just say, I'm not gaslighting. And we'll be real clear so that you're able to make an informed decision and then go fuck yourself. Like, why are you still here? I've told you. Like, this is all you get now. Like, permanently. Here, let me make a note on your account. Add. Here, look, you can check my live stream. There. Gaslighting piece of dog shit. That's how I'm going to remember you. Right there. Gaslighting piece of dog shit. Go ahead. Say you're not gaslighting more. Go ahead. Keep denying it. It's all not working, and it's exactly doubling back down. That's what's happening. The more you deny that you gaslit me, the more I know you're a gaslighting piece of shit. There's literally no path other than that, apparently. Because you're like 8-tupling down now. Right? It's like, when are you going to get it through your head? You're at the end of the road here. Your journey is over in my room. Go play outside. I just don't like people like you. Let's just keep it at that. I don't like you people. We'll say that. Fair. We'll just go with that. It's you, not me. Yeah, it's whatever. You fill in the blank. Black people, you want to go with black people? Sure. So that's what it is. It's that. Apparently I'm racist, and it'll just stay that way. So go fuck yourself. Right? Did that help? Like, oh, you're still typing. It didn't help. That's just crazy. Just call me the thing that, if it's true that I'm that, I'll be a complete waste of your time, and then you'll go fuck yourself. So just whatever it is. It doesn't matter. Literally anything. You could say, like, this dude fucks donkeys and eats whale semen. I'll be like, yep. And then you'll be like, I will never contact you, and then you'll leave permanently, and I'll never. That's perfect. Whatever it is. Go ahead. We're all waiting. Okay, well, then I'll just ban you. People are just so fucking stupid, man. Like, you're never gonna have to ban me, guys. Just be, like, mildly unentertaining. I'll get bored and leave. It'll all be, like, automatic and shit. Self-regulating.
Literally, like you're such an asshole, bro. Like, what is your problem?
I
A
detailed it
soccer
for
camp.
you. I literally detailed and walked you through it, moron.
No,
And you're
you
still
didn't.
asking, did you not listen to a fucking word? Retard. You are being mod abused for being a gaslighting piece of shit. I think one of these days I'm just gonna do it. I'm gonna sign up for mod school so I can learn how to moderate without being without mod abusing. Because I am fucking terrible at 100% of the time I've ever modded someone, it was mod abuse. 100% of I'm shooting real bad here. See, John Fetterman, man, he's saying it himself that if you're not pro-Israel, you're anti-Israel. Well, I guess I'm fucking anti-Israel then, bitch. Fuck you. Take my tax money and give it to literally anything else, man. Anything. Call me what you want, bitch. That's what I'm saying. It's like, if I don't want to support Israel, that don't mean I'm like anti-Israel. Right? Like conservatives. Conservatives. Let me ask you something. Let me just ask you something real quick. If you kick your kid out the house at 18 years old, are you anti your kid? Just wondering. Like if you say, hey, look, you're a fledgling now, go out there and live and do your thing. Get out of my house and go get your own. Is that anti-child? Are
I don't
you?
think so.
It doesn't sound like anti. It sounds like, look, if you set your kid up for success, it seems like that's what it should be. That it's like, okay, you're doing well, right? You did good. You learned my lessons. Now here's the world. Go conquer it. Well, how's that any different with Israel? It's like, look, you've had billions of our dollars for years. If you spent it, why you're 18 now, and you're making us look bad. So what we're going to do is dial back the amount of money we give you. Now, if you're saying, look, you are going to be eradicated by your neighbors, that must suck. That seems like something you should have fucking thought about. But, you know, I've been saying it for years. Give them Montana, or at least parts of it, the part of Montana that Montanans aren't using. Just give it to Israel. Israel can move to Montana. They can, you know, get some dirt, bring it with them or whatever, since it's about the land. And they could just set up shop in Montana. What's wrong with that? It's perfectly good land. It's beautiful out there. Just don't fuck with the neighbors, right? So yeah, Fetterman wants to be like, oh, if the Democrats stop funding Israel, well then that's just a red line for me, because then you just basically become the anti-Israel party. And it's like, bitch, I ain't never once been in my life anti another country. I'm pro-America. I'm a nationalist. When it comes to America, it's all, listen to me, foreigners. Yeah, I want my country to take over your country, but peacefully and with my constitution. However, I'm on hiatus for that belief right now because my country's a shithole. So if we ever get back on track, my patriotism will like ramp back up naturally and shit like that. But right now it's bottom. It's bad. But yeah, I am an American nationalist. I believe in American values, the American Constitution, and I think my country is technically better than yours. And I want all countries to agree. It's just an inherent thing. It doesn't have to be through violence, but, you know, education. We can make changes over here. Like, for example, I've been saying this for years. We Americans can learn to use a bidet, right? This is something the foreigners have figured out, that this is just a better way to clean your butt. And I think if Americans learn to use the bidet, we'd have cleaner butts. And that would, when we say we're better than you, it'll have more merit, right? At least in that arena. But right now, yeah, we've got poopy butts over here en masse. And it's kind of hard to believe that you're better than another person when you've got a poopy butt and they probably don't. So I mean, some of this shit's on hiatus right now. I might get back to American nationalism at some point in the future. But for the majority of my life, yeah, I've been pro-America. I've always believed that my country's better than your country, primarily because my country can beat up your country. But yeah, the disillusionment is fucking real. The butthurt I have felt in like the last 10 years about my own country is insane. Absolutely fucking insane. But, you know, what are you going to do? Maybe our country over here can get back on track and we can be taken seriously at least a little bit when we say we're the greatest country on earth. Because right now, I am not fucking feeling that statement at all. Now, I will say that there's no amount of shitty my country could get where I would leave it. So it's stuck with me. Even if I come to believe that, you know, maybe the communism in Canada is better than the, you know, freedom we have down here, and I might move there. That'll never be, not because I'm anti-communism or anything, because I'm just so goddamn pro-American. Like, it's in my bones, right? And I feel like it's mine. And if I lose it, well, nobody else gets it either. That's, you know, that's kind of how I feel about it. Kind of one of those, I'm gonna take my toys and go home. That's kind of how I feel about America. It's like, I understand it's gone to shit. There's nothing I could do about it. But this is the stank, man. This is my stank. It's my country. These fucking morons that are surrounding me, those are my country folk, right? They were the same thing, really, at the end of the day. And it's just extremely unfortunate because I fucking hate these shitbags. I can't fucking stand Americans anymore. And to think that I have to align myself with these fucking morons, these dog shit fucking human beings that vote for people like pedophiles or don't enforce anti-pedophile laws. That's both sides right there. it's just fucking disgusting. So, yeah, I'm super ashamed. There's still a lot of me that believes that I'm a member of the most superior country on the planet, but it's getting harder and harder to delude myself in that, by the day, basically. That's just crazy, man. Like, I look around at my fellow Americans, and it's just like, I feel kind of gross just saying my fellow part. I didn't even get to the part where it's like Americans, and it's just like, dude, fuck all of you motherfuckers, dude. That's kind of where I'm at now. It's just like, you ever seen a movie Civil War where the dude's like, which kind of American are you? That's kind of where I'm at in life. There are different kinds of Americans. There are Americans who think the Constitution means some shit, and then there are Americans who believe that you can suspend the Constitution if it disagrees with you. And then there are people who will vote for you and put you in office if you believe that. So that's crazy. I gotta say, I was never prepared for that reality to ever come in. I just wasn't ready for it. When it happened, dude. Yeah, it's a sore subject. But what do you do, What do you do? You're supposed to, national pride, nationalism, patriotism. Would any of you assholes die for me? Because I'm telling you right now, I probably won't die for you. If you're an American, I'm ashamed of you. Probably would, push come to shove, all the talk go aside, and I'd fucking, but the whole time I'm just gonna be all morose about it, because it's just like I don't have any pride. There's nothing to be proud of in this country anymore. It's just, I don't want to go with the whole working against the interests and shit, but I don't feel like any of you anymore are worth the dream. I don't want this group of people as part of that dream. It's just not there. It's just kind of gross. Americans just kind of gross me out now. I'm so fucking ashamed of what's going on over here. We'll all just take it. Me too. I'm just taking it. I'm just taking it full deep. So don't think the criticism don't go right back on me, because it does. But it's like, holy shit, what's going on? What the actual fuck is going on here? So no, I'm in a weird transitionary period. 10 years ago, I'd have been like, yeah, I'd dive on it. Fucking grenade. Fuck that grenade. You're not killing my buddies. Today, it's just like, dude, are you worth it? Did you vote for MAGA? Are you MAGA? I ain't diving on it. If you're all MAGA, I ain't diving. No, fuck you. You dive on it. That's my attitude. And that's the attitude of you know what I mean? That's North versus South mentality. But the problem is we're all integrated. MAGAs and blue-haired libtards are everywhere. In every state, every city. So, what's that going to look like when we finally just have enough of it, and we just, one side freaks out over the other side, and then now they're, they bring us to war, whatever fucking happens. It's crazy. It's not economic now. It's not a dividing line. It's these people are fucking everywhere. The MAGA and the blue-haired people. Y'all just need to chill the fuck out. Stop telling everybody else how to behave like that. It's not how America works. What part of American history lessons did the people miss? If you want to change the Constitution, blood, sweat, and tears, blood being big factor to getting America to accept that we need to go back to the drawing board on the Constitution and, you know, re-talk about it. That blood is it's a big part of it, not in like a threatening way, but it's just an aspect. Like, name one time that it was modified in a meaningful way where there wasn't blood associated, where the shit didn't get so bad that people were dying, getting the shit kicked out of them, and, you know, stuff like that. Name one time, and like, that's what like modern Americans think. All they got to do is publicly throw a fucking hissy fit, and if the government doesn't change, then we're oppressed. You know, maybe, I guess, but, you know, you think about the civil rights movement. Remember how nobody lost blood during the civil rights movement? Remember how nobody lost any blood, you know, during the emancipation? Remember how nobody lost any blood when, you know, women got rights? Remember how that was without blood? Like, nobody got hurt because we all just talked about it. And then, you know, we all sat down and was like, you know, that's a good argument. We're going to do that. We're going to ratify the Constitution. I'm so glad we were able to all come together and ratify the Constitution with zero blood loss. Now, people need to wake up. It's not saying, hey, you need to go fucking cause blood. It's to say that if the shit ain't that bad, it probably ain't worth fixing, right? If people aren't getting the shit kicked out of them for that kind of change, maybe it's not bad enough. I don't know. I'm not saying that's the case. I'm just saying that there's got to be a logical reason why before we ever get big change in our country, there's a lot of violence that's before it, right? Not just violence against like the government, but violence in the people. The people, you know, intolerant towards the shit. You know, the sit-ins and stuff. That wasn't against the government during the civil rights. That was against the establishment, the people, the businesses, right? They were doing it to the businesses mostly. So, you know, shit got bad. People lost blood. But what's going on in our country today? It's like, what is really fucking going on? Does anybody really know? I mean, we blame like rich people, right? The elites or whatever, not just rich people, but like elites. I mean, we point fingers and shit, and I'm not saying fucking, you know, blood on the fucking elites, but it's like, what is the problem? And I don't know. And then because of that, it's like, what's the solution? It's obviously not war. Like whenever we went to like the civil rights movement and there was blood, there was like a clear message, a group of people with an idea, and they moved against, you know, a force. But today we're so fucking scatterfucked. There's like 80,000 plots, you know, everybody's got their own fucking needs, and we're all like so self-important that we want our needs on the list. If I don't get my fucking needs, nobody gets them. That's Americans. That's who we're asked to die to defend. It's just like, you know, anymore, I don't know if y'all are worth it, because that's the question I'm asking about you. Do you guys think I'm worth it, right? I'm already thinking that. And I don't think any of you assholes would dive on a fucking grenade for me. So why would I dive on a grenade for you guys? And I honestly hope anybody hears that genuinely agrees with that you look around with shame and fucking humility about your fellow countrymen, and you're just disgusted at their behavior. You don't need to know them. You just need to know that they're an American and they're putting up with this shit, and be disgusted. If we can't all agree on that, then fuck, man, what the fuck is actually happening then? If we don't all agree that fuck each other, like in a vacuum, like you look at the random American, you can't tell what side they are on or something like that. If you're not just immediately just like, oh, fuck, an American. If you're like, what do you think about it? Like, if you're like, oh yeah, great, an American, name, in your own brain, name characteristics about this individual that are like so fucking positive that you're willing to die for that piece of shit if push come to shove. Because as far as I'm concerned, when I interact with my fellow Americans, you fucking people hate me. You fucking people would shit on me. You probably wouldn't even do that if that benefited me somehow, right? That's generally how I feel like my fellow American thinks of me. And, you know, there may be some merit there because I am kind of an asshole, so it's easy to fucking go there, but still, right? We're supposed to have patriotism to all come together in the worst of times and do the greatest of things. And it's just like, I have zero confidence that the people I've been witnessing in this country have anything in mind with me being part of their interest. Anything. Not even nationalism anymore. Not even pride. Not even none of that shit. Right? I just don't see it out there in the public. It's fake when you see it. It's like it's sad almost at that point. I don't know. I used to love this goddamn country, but now I know this fucking country hates me on a government level. I'm fairly convinced that the people just don't give a shit about each other to any fucking degree. And we're just, it's like road rage. It's like we're just boxes in our way, each other's way. We don't see the human inside the box. It's just fucking box. Like, who is this fucking box in front of me? Oh my, I'm so fucking important that I'm the one that needs to get home. And right now this box is in front of me. It's just some shitty fucking box. No, but there's a human inside there, right? And like they probably got to take a shit worse than you. They might even have already shat themselves. It's been so bad for them. But you don't care. It's just a box in your fucking way, stopping your butthole from getting released, right? So, I don't know. We could keep deluding ourselves that there's like this great pride of like patriotism and shit, but maybe that's what's like the problem is, we're not really asked to like support it. It's just we hope like the military does it, I guess. Like the people who go get put in Jordan and get missiles dropped on them and they're killed for fucking oil, I guess, again, right? Will we expect them to do it? They're not doing enough in Jordan, standing next to hangar walls. They're not. It's just what we got to do is if they survive getting their fucking ballistic missile attack, they'll come back to the United States and it'll be them that will ask to fucking get change in America or something. I don't know, because ask anybody and we fucking hate this country for the most part. Like we all got complaints, maybe not to the degree I'm at, but we all have our issues, right? We all of us. I don't know of American that you catch them in the wild when they're not on TV trying to pump themselves up, but like in the wild, it's like everybody's complaining. Everyone, you look at the news, it's all shit, right? Where's the genuine I'm fucking did you see that shit our country did the other day? Fucking cured cancer, bro. And then we're all like, yeah, that's fucking like never. That doesn't happen anymore. You know why? Because the corporations buy up the cancer cures and sell you pills. So, it's just taking it all from us. It's from America. It's just taking. You can't even go to the fucking national parks anymore. You can't go to the monuments. Utah just got their shit pushed in. If you're from Utah, you got fucked, dude. They got 2 national parks in Utah. Lost like 80% of their national protection. Now, I don't know why, but it's lost. It's just more lost. When is the last time you got a right where the government actually gave you something for being a government, right? Not just fucking check because we all got sick, but like better water in our country, or I don't know, more electricity or something that actually makes our fucking lives better. Fucking trains or something. When is the last time you felt that the government gave a fucking shit about you? And then as an extension, that Americans, when think about all the times you had to fight to get into traffic and how many times some nice person let you in, and compare it. Like, you can't see it. You must not be looking or something. I don't know. Koha. I never knew how to say your Conus, whatever. I don't know. Because, the question's still there. It's like, does anybody really want to fight for America anymore? And I don't mean like in a military way. I just mean, does anybody really truly have... I used to. Maybe that's why I'm so fucking butthurt about it, because my own disillusionment's still kind of like a fresh wound. I don't know, man. I just feel real bad for like kids growing up these days and their fucking role models. Like, who's a fucking role model today? Are there role models? Is that still... Do we still do that? Is that a thing? Like, it used to be cops until they, got plastered all over the fucking news everywhere with enough bad accounts that now cops are just all fucking shitbags, It's just like, it's like, what? Dude, we are falling apart, and I'm not seeing any rejuvenation. No gentrification, nothing. We can't even keep a goddamn swimming pool free of fucking algae anymore. Algae. We used to be the fucking alpha of alpha predators on this fucking planet, and we're getting our shit pushed in by some fucking algae. It's gross. It's just, how are we supposed to take on the Russians and the Chinese? Fucking algae's pushing our shit in, dude. Like, it's almost like our government doesn't know what bleach does, right? We got all these fucking people talk about happiness and stuff. Fucking hate those people so goddamn bad. Out of jealousy. I'm not gonna fucking lie. It's jealousy. It's straight up fucking jealousy. I wish I could be fucking happy, man, but I just can't. Right? I can't be fucking happy with all this dog shit happening all around. Right? I just can't do it. It's too much of a fucking curmudgeon to just let it go and just breathe. You know how many times I fucking heard that shit? Fucking just breathe, man. What? Why are you focused on that? It's just a nail, dude. Didn't do it.
Oh, I hate the postmodern architecture, man. Such a stain
I
on
was
the
gonna say it
village.
really is. It's gross because you got beautiful century homes over here.
Like brick and mortar just hits different.
Yeah, we got old brownstones. I'm gonna be walking past them.
Dude, what the fuck, man, has happened to people?
What do you mean now?
So I've never used TikTok before. I don't know how the fucking thing works, but people keep saying, "Hey, dude." So I was looking at it, and I just noticed like weird shit happen on my video. So I asked the robot to explain how this works, and so the robot is saying the 3-second rule, the hook. Put your absolute most exciting visual or bold text statement on screen within the first 1 second. TikTok's initial test group scrolls incredibly fast. If you don't hook them instantly, they scroll. Your retention drops and boost ends early. So, yeah, the TikTok people, they got a 1 second attention span. Holy shit. It's pretty cool, though. It's a cool algorithm.
I think it's a little bit different for us. Like, yes, the attention span is still short, but there's a different type of audience for the debate scene.
Well, this is how the robot explained how it works. So when you upload a new video, you get pushed into what's called the For You section. I imagine that's just everybody's like homepage or whatever, but it's a highly boosted part of the algorithm. So when you first upload the video, it goes into that section. If people watch your video, if some percentage of people watch your video in that stage, it's like a one to 200 views, like one individual to 100 views or something like that, and then they kick you into the next one, and they basically play the same thing. And if you get your retention high enough, they kick you into like phase 3, and basically it's how they promote you, but it's you have like 1 fucking second to keep them, which makes sense. Like if it's not an entertaining video or whatever, they move you on, and they don't promote you in their for you section. Wait, Country Folk Records. In China, they think it's okay to eat a dog, but in America, you will get arrested for eating a dog. So who's right and who's wrong? It also means that my morals can change. Depends on where I'm at. Look, man, in America, they think it's okay to fuck their sisters. Right? You could say that. Americans fuck their sisters, dude. Like, you could go around, you could find Americans who have fucked their sister. So, like, if you're in Asia, you could say that about your American people. You could be like, yeah, they fuck their sisters over this. So when you say, well, in China they eat dogs, I'm sure they do. We eat dogs over here too, man. People eat dogs in the United States, man. It's fucking crazy. I don't eat dogs.
They eat a lot more than just dogs.
Right. I was gonna get into that. They eat all kinds of shit here, man. You know, you're just saying, hey, look, these people over here do some fucked up shit. Yeah, I'm sure they do. We do everybody does fucked up shit, man. Now, when you're talking about your morals will change depending on where you, yeah, I mean, that's called enculturation, right? You're adopting a new way of life, right? So you're going to behave and act differently. You're going to be given new social expectations and be asked to stop certain things that you think are socially normal when you go to other countries. That's what the whole concept of assimilation is all about, is the, you know, amount of tolerance or the threshold for change that an individual has when they go to other cultures. So, yeah, your morals change when you're introduced to new ideas and perspectives, man. That's perfectly natural. You'll be all right. You'll make it.
Wow. What are y'all up to?
I
Strolling
am
about.
learning stuff and things.
Oh,
For the
okay.
betterment of mankind, really.
Cool.
Oh shit! I forgot to look. Can you find that? Does YouTube tell you people dislike your shit? They're getting all butthurt.
Well, you can still get disliked. I don't know. Actually, I don't know. I don't know if they like. All I know is they removed the dislike for shorts, and that's it. That's it. But I think people can still dislike your video, but it's not gonna like tell you how many dislikes you have. I think.
Oh, I just wanted to know if I'm like making people butthurt.
I don't think you have any dislikes. I saw like some of the videos. You don't. 0.
Hi. Hello?
Oh,
God, how are you?
I'm okay.
Okay. Um,
You?
Is this the right channel for this, or are we going to get to proving it?
what?
No, she's just here for me.
Yeah.
I was
You're
teasing.
ghosting me. God, you're ghosting me.
Oh, I
Before
didn't
everyone
see your
enters the room,
message.
we still ask the question.
What'd you say, Carl?
I said I didn't see your message. I wasn't here.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah,
we're
I'll
on the table.
respond to
You
you.
can, if you want to join.
Yeah, I'll come.
All right. Bye bye.
All right.
Bye.
Anyways, yeah, basically, yeah, I don't see any dislike though.
Yeah.
I
Honestly,
think
I don't think
TikTok,
people
yeah.
even use YouTube. Like, I think like 99% of YouTubers just like start the video and then that's it. They don't do it. No other level of interaction. No likes, dislikes, subscribes, nothing. And to be fair, that's exactly how I use YouTube too. Like, it's rare as fuck that I ever like lean forward and like some shit. You know, even though I love it, I'll be like, damn, it's a great video. I just always forget to like it.
Yeah, I don't do that as well. I don't like. I really like. I'm impressed. So I don't comment anymore. I'm a silent viewer.
I just wish there was like ways for me to keep track of what I've been combing through without the without the necessary entailment of engagement necessarily.
What do you mean?
I don't know. It's like there's like 3 or 4 different dispositions I could have to like content. Like in one case, I just want to know more about the culture of this social group. Doesn't mean I want to necessarily contribute to that thing. So it's like partially, yes, I do want more in my feed. But partially, no, do I want to tell them that this is exactly the type of content that I like and want. Other cases are I want a case example, in which case I want none of that type of behavior. I guess I could still do that. I could just add it to a list. Part of it is videos I genuinely like. And then I guess there's another one where it's like, just for this video, I'm interested in giving you recognition, acknowledgement, but I want nothing else to do with your content.
Dude, you know what I noticed? Because I have at least 2 accounts on YouTube. I got the one that I've been doing all of the content or whatever, and then my regular one I just browse on. But as soon as I started this content shit, uploading videos, when I go to the shorts there, dude, like I had like 3 in a row, and then it'd be something different, and then like back to it, and then something different. But it kept being these videos that were saying I got like 16 million views playing this sound, and it's like, what the fuck? And now that TikTok or the robot told me about TikTok, I'm like, oh. So that's basically, it's like psychological programming and shit, dude, where people just like certain sounds and they'll just look at the video longer if you play a certain music, and that's why we're always hearing like the fucking music, man. It's just stupid videos, just stupid shit, like somebody like showing their dog poop or something.
Oh, I think it's like Pavlovian in like you're talking about like TikTok, Instagram, they have like preset noises that they put in there.
Well, just like musics, music
Well, just
sounds.
for copyright reasons, they need to put in only some specific set of noises. So when content creators happen, like when they first get started, they only have the app. So that's why it's flooded with that type of noise.
I wonder if we were always dicks with art like that throughout history. We always, like when it started off with seashells and shit. Were we like that with seashells? Like, just all green. Like, you can't use that combination of seashells, bro. I came up with that one first. It's like how did, I don't know. Humans are dicks, dude. We'll find any way to be a dick. Oh shit.
Tell us it didn't happen.
I got another subscriber, dude. I'm moving up, man. I'm making gains.
Trying futures approach.
What was his approach?
His approach was to do like a little bit of reaction content plus maybe like a couple 60-minute blurbs like the move the vape test.
Oh nah. So far, mine's pretty lazy. So I've just been doing the live streams, however long those end up being, and then I just take that, put the live stream into DaVinci, and DaVinci auto deletes all the dead noise, and then I upload that. Those videos are usually shorter. They've been in like 2 to 5 hours of actual content, and then what I really ought to do is kind of skip through it somehow, and delete out where I just rant, because I'll just go on fucking rant fest, dude. Like I just rant. I could probably do without those, but I don't know. Maybe I'll leave them in there because maybe somebody would like my rants or something.
There is some good stuff sometimes.
Then make individual videos. What I'm thinking about is going back on like a third level and then pulling out good conversations from that, so that people who don't want to hear the random ass rants can just go to like specific ones. But those are going to take more time because I'd have to go
It's
back.
really
and, like,
time
listen.
consuming.
Yeah.
Like doing the nuggets of wisdom and the salient critique, I think should be doing that and then getting on some other people's panels, I think is the fastest way for you to just get to being able to put up a live. And then once you put up a live, it's a lot easier to go from there.
Yeah, and one thing I want is I want to get more content on my channel so people have more of an idea of like where I'm coming from. I'm pretty sure like if I talk to him, I could talk to JL and maybe one time come on his show just to kind of get some exposure. But I'm hesitant until I get my own like foundation going to go on other people's shows, because I don't want to be like accused of clout chasing, because I just want to get the information out there, dude.
It's just part of the ecosystem. It's totally normal for people to just say, hey, just give me some likes so I can put up my own thing.
Yeah, I went and had the robot make me an intro image so I could just put like subscribe up on there, but I don't want it to be like annoying and shit like that. I generally feel like people don't need to be reminded. They're going to do it or not. Reminding them, I don't know how effective that is. So,
well, consider how many new users join the platform. It's like many of them are genuinely ignorant that in order to give the engagement, they need to double tap the screen. Especially for your demographic, maybe.
yeah. We'll see how it goes. It's not doing too bad on YouTube. It's doing all right. It's about like as expected, just kind of niche community, which is fine. I do need to get more short content out there. Not shorts, but like 20-minute videos or something like that. Like just regular convos that we have in here, like separated out individually into like their own playlist or something.
Yeah, I've been lazy on the recording setup. Been too busy doing the computer science. I think I finally got my clean rebuild. Fixed all the goddamn errors.
Why do you listen to that?
Your microphone's not that great. Can you try that again?
Maybe don't scream into it.
What?
You said it's not your wife. You don't have to yell at it.
You yell at your wife, bro?
No, but I'm assuming you do. Can you go ahead and like make
Do
your
you have a
point?
wife?
So, Pseudo, I'll try again. Are you going to make a point or get banned?
Make a point about what?
Right. So let's engage. You're in the God ain't real, prove me wrong room. Can you do that?
Well, I guess it depends on what you mean by God.
Why would it? You're saying it depends on me, on what I mean by God?
If you're asserting something isn't real, you have to have a definition for it.
I haven't asserted anything isn't real.
God ain't real is literally the channel name. You just
Yeah.
recited it.
Yeah, that's the channel name. I haven't
Sorry,
said
bro.
that.
You need to have at least 120 IQ.
Hey, retard. I didn't say that. Absolute dog shit. Like, how is he that fucking stupid?
Are you an
Hey,
anus
copy, huh?
semen?
Yeah, I'm an anus semen. Now prove it.
Do you like to use your hand or do you like to just get in there with your face or what is the thing you're doing with this? I didn't come up with this.
Hey,
This is you.
hey, chill with that shit. What the fuck are you
I
doing?
didn't come up with it. He came up with this and that's part of his.
I said fucking chill with it, retard. What part of that didn't you understand? Give a fucking shit what you think. I said stop. Are we clear?
So you got like very upset. It was kind of funny, I thought.
Well, like we're here to have an honest conversation. We haven't been having a lot of great ones recently, so we're a little bit.
What is it
perturbed.
you're looking for?
We only want your ideas, your honest ideas.
What is the honest idea?
Do you believe it to be true in this thing called God?
No, I'm an atheist. It's all bullshit and you guys hate women.
No, we don't hate women.
So you're a liar, and that's part of your religion to hate women and children. You want to force them to do whatever a man tells them to do because you're a fucking piece of shit, narcissist prick.
Dude, what the fuck
Wow,
are you
make so
talking
many
about?
assumptions.
So that's your earnest belief, right?
That's our fault.
God, there's so many fucking morons on this goddamn platform.
Right, observer, you ain't doing that anymore. Actually, ego mystic, you're up. Prove it.
I'm up for what?
Proving the God thing.
Do I gotta?
Everyone's got to pay their chat dues. You're up.
Okay, well, where do you want me to start?
Maybe tell us what God is and how you know that that thing exists.
Oh, I don't believe in a Christian God or anything.
Then you would be unable to demonstrate the existence of a God because you don't believe in it, right?
Yeah.
We accept your concession. We win, you lose, get wrecked. Or now, why can't you fucking prove it? It's a trivial task.
Fucking dominated.
Because you know what a better question is? What's a God?
What about that is a better question?
Well, because what is a God, right? Before we understand what we're trying to prove, shouldn't we understand what it is?
Sure.
So
Like,
what
there's
is a
different-
God?
Well, it depends on what religion. There's different conceptions of God in different religions.
Correct. So there must be some common God-bearing property that makes a God, right?
No, I think there's a common word, but I don't think there's a common property among the religions.
Well, let's say if I told you there was.
I'd have to be convinced.
So what about the monkey pointing at the thing calling it God? What about that?
The monkey?
Yeah, because that's where all this God idea starts, right? Is in the brain of the monkey, and then we point at some shit, whether it be an ontologically existent animal like the sun or the universe, or an idea like the Yahweh monster from the Bible book, right? And call that God.
Sure.
So then it would be some gods exist, right?
Yeah, I mean, if like what I mean by God is this cup exists, so therefore God exists.
Well, you'd have to say this cup is God, right?
Sure, this cup is God, and that's what I mean by God. So this cup exists. Therefore,
Well, now you've done it, and that's what. Sorry.
Well, yeah, you did what the Pope did.
But every monkey's done since the dawn of time.
Right, it's the same task when the Pope jiggles his little golden ball and smoke goes everywhere, and then he like waves his hand and says Jesus is God. When he does that, you did the same thing right there with that cup. That's literally the exact same task. You performed the exact same feat.
Okay.
Right. So why can you not prove a God when it's that simple?
I'm so confused what you guys are trying to make me do.
I'm not trying to make you do anything other than think. You said you couldn't prove a God thing.
Sure, well, I can prove it if we change the definition of God.
Well, hold on. We're not changing. Did you change the definition of all gods to define your cup as a god? Is that what you did? Or did you just pick your cup and call it a god?
I did the latter.
Right. You didn't change definitions because you're not telling the Pope he's wrong about Jesus and God is that cup. That's not what you declared. You could declare that and then you'd be wrong. There'd be problems there. But all you did was say your cup is God, just like the Pope says his Jew is a god, right?
Sure, I'm so confused. Are you guys angry at me or arguing against me?
What are you talking about?
I don't. Are you guys arguing with me about something?
Well, I'm trying to detard your brain.
Why?
Because it's tarded. Somebody,
I'm not.
somebody
I'm not
taught
a
you,
Christian or a theist.
but somebody taught you that, you know, how you are. Somebody convinced you that you can't prove a God thing.
Well, not necessarily. I think.
Well, you said that.
Okay, yeah, I can't prove it right now, but
See, now you have like some kind of weird memory problem. You proved a God earlier.
see, I when I did the cup example, I don't think that really proves anything.
No, you just proved one existed.
So, do you think when I called this cup God, I was proving that that God exists?
Yeah, you just did it again. You showed it on camera.
Okay.
That proves that cup exists. Now, because it's a cup, you didn't even have to show it. I would have just granted it to you. Like, I have a coffee cup. I'm not showing it to you because my titties are hanging out. But I have a coffee cup, and I would assume that since it's such a trivial thing, you'll just accept that I have a coffee cup. Right, because it's trivial. So if you just said, hey, that cup, you wouldn't have needed to show it to me for me to accept that it existed. And since you were just calling that thing that I know existed God, I accepted the claim that your God existed. I didn't need more demonstration.
Okay.
Now, if your cup
Okay.
is magical or something like that, we could talk about it. But if it's just a regular cup and you're just calling that regular cup God, then any question I would ask you questions like, is it empty?
But what is this whole exercise supposed to be showing me?
That you were wrong when you walked in and you said you couldn't prove a God?
Okay, but why do you care about that?
So that you get detarded? Well, maybe I should say it like this, because your parents didn't care about you enough to teach you how to think properly. You came in here like a fucking retard and didn't know that you could prove a God thing. And I'm here to educate you and detard your fucking brain because, again, your parents didn't care about you enough to teach you these things, again, how to think. Did you understand at that time?
Thank God we have you, brother.
Well, it's not thank God we have me.
Thank the cup we have you.
Well, we
If I
don't have to.
define your
What does that cup have to do with me? See,
If
this
I-
is
if
your
I define
mistake.
your
This
mother
is
as God,
poor
we can
thinking
think
on
God.
your
I
part.
just I'm not trying to have like an aggressive conversation.
I'm not either. That's why I was saying it softly the first time.
If we define your mother as God, we can thank God for you.
Well, to a degree for my existence, but not my attitude. My mom would be pretty
Yeah.
disappointed with how I've become such an asshole, I guess.
Yeah.
She didn't teach me how to be an asshole.
Who taught you that?
Reality, people, interactions with other human beings.
Does it give you pleasure to be mean to people?
No, it gives me pleasure to detard people
And why what about that gives you pleasure?
because people need help.
And you're helping them?
I feel so, yeah.
Do they thank you?
Sometimes, but I don't care about the appreciation. I usually tell people to go fuck themselves, that I don't care.
Do you ever consider that maybe you doing this is just a way to dominate others or exercise your own power
Do
over
you
others?
feel dominated and under my power?
I feel like you're trying to dominate.
You're free to leave at any time.
Yeah,
bro.
if I was trying to dominate you, it wouldn't be in a chat room. Right, where you could just click
It'd be in the
disconnect.
bedroom.
See, I'm under the assumption you like it. Because if I was in your shoes and I didn't like it, I'd click the disconnect button.
I am a
I mean,
masochist in that way.
Well, that's
You
your
are,
problem.
you are an interesting person, I will say.
Yep, I'm not here to be interesting. I'm here to unfuck people's brains. That's incidental. Dude, I meant what I said. I didn't mean it as a personal attack. Your parents set you up for failure in this regard. They didn't teach you the proper memetics, man.
You do understand how that can come across as like, condescending or mean or rude,
If I wasn't in the same boat, sure. If I used that as to say that I'm better than you or something, yeah. But right, I was victimized in the same way. They took advantage of me too. I was a young, impressionable mind under the domineering forces of my own parents who inculcated me in how to do shit, and I grew up under their thumb, right? That's how that works. We all do that. And I'm saying in this case, we got a guy who came into this room and basically was under the conviction that he could not cognitively shit his own pants, right? He couldn't do that.
It's more like you performed kind of a language trick and then acted like it was like a feat of intelligence.
Yeah, because you were gaslit. It's not me doing a language trick. It's me unfucking your brain from the linguistic damage that was already done to it.
Yeah, because most people, by God, they don't mean the cup.
That's fine. Most people, by God, mean incoherent nonsense.
Okay, so why is that little like semantic move?
Because the question is whether it exists or not.
I think what's interesting is that it's like the underlying question here is kind of the lesson that if somebody says, do you believe in God? The correct and most reasonable answer is, what do you mean by God? Not no.
Well, that would be the first question. But then if it's about reality, you would need to know why they're saying that. So if they say God's 37 kilograms, oh, okay, it's not the answer. The follow-up is, did you weigh it? Was your scale calibrated? All these other questions, because now they're saying a claim about reality. God is 37 kilograms. Right, we don't intuit 37 kilograms, do we? We don't analytic 37 kilograms, do we? Do we say that there's this word that means God is 37 kilograms, like a married bachelor and shit? No. It's just a value. It's a metric of a thing's mass interaction with a gravity well. That's what 37 kilograms means.
Yeah, if you define God as something just measurable in the world, then yeah, God exists.
You mean an extant?
You mean an
extant?
Sure.
Right, an extant. Right, an extant is something that we measure. It would be of the member of the set of measurable things, an extant.
So why is that an interesting move?
Because they're saying God exists.
Is that an interesting claim?
Yeah, it's a claim about reality.
I just don't find it interesting if they're defining God as just the cup.
I didn't say that was what you should find interesting, dipshit. I'm not stuck on the cup. You're stuck on the cup because you think I give a shit that you think that cup is God. It's just showing you that you can cognitively shit your pants like the Pope does. When he proves God, he just cognitively shits himself. That's what he does. He looks at you, gives you a weird look, and then mentally shits his own brains. That's what he does. It's this, like if I asked you, can you shit your own pants? Is the answer no?
No.
No, I could, but I'm not gonna. The question, can you prove a God exists, is of the same caliber. This is not a difficult thing I'm asking you. I'm asking you the equivalent. Can you either hold the shit in your own asshole or can you let it go and spew out in your pants? It's on that level.
Sure, but then why? But asking me a question like, can you shit your own pants isn't an interesting question.
It is when a bunch of people are going around saying they can and or they can't shit their pants.
Can you not do this with like literally any word or claim about reality?
Potentially, if it becomes that ambiguous that we would all agree that, yeah, the concept of X is so ambiguous that every time it's used, we have to ask the person, what do they specifically mean by X? Yeah, I would say X is overly ambiguous because of its usage. What makes words meaningful in their categories is the way that they're used. If you are constantly asking someone what they mean by, that's a strong indicator that that category is broken. That category don't mean shit, and that's why you keep asking.
Well, it just seems like we all are agreeing with this, but then you're upset for some reason.
Well, we don't agree, and I'm not upset for some reason. We don't agree because you came in and said you cannot mentally shit your own pants in front of everybody.
Okay, well, obviously, if you define the God as the cup, then yes, I can prove God.
No. Obviously, if you looked at the Pope as someone who's just mentally shitting his own pants, we wouldn't be having this conversation. But you guys want to bigify those retards and act like they have some kind of credibility where they do not. All they did was mentally shit their pants, and now you're going around acting like the task of mentally shitting your pants is too difficult for you to do. So that's called bigification. In my vernacular, that's bigification. You're making it look like it's hard. You're making it look like it's hard to prove the existence of a God thing when it's not. It's a trivial task.
If you just define it, it's not hard.
I think what's important and why I feel like
you're making it look like a difficult task when you go around saying, dude, I can't hear you. I specifically muted you because you feel like you get to overtalk me when you want to, and you don't. Unfortunately, you don't. And unfortunately, some of my points take a long time to get out, and you got to kind of wait for the conclusion to see how it all ties together. But since you repeatedly do that and you don't actually listen to the conclusion, what I'm trying to tell you is you came into this room and you convinced you are in a position, somebody set your brain up for failure to go around and tell, you got to listen. I understand it's triggering, but I need to make sure that you see through it because it's a fair criticism. So you came into the room alleging that you lacked the capacity to prove the existence of a God thing. That was your initial position. You came in here being like, this is too difficult for me to do. That's the face you put on. You convinced us, I was under the conviction, that you lacked the ability to prove the existence of a God thing. And I immediately felt sorry for you because I know how trivial the task is. It's a super trivial task. When you see the task for what the task is, it is an exceedingly trivial task. It is literally a monkey pointing at something and calling that thing a god. That's the actual task. So when you're asked if you can prove the existence of a god thing, the question is, can your monkey ass point at something and call it a god? Don't think that you've got to, throw around some golden balls like the Pope and have a whole fucking entourage. You don't need a golden throne to declare what gods are. The Pope is a ground monkey on this mud ball like anybody else. He's not important in any other way than we make him important. And you guys walking around like, well, Jesus is a god, but your cup, that's not a god. That's how you're acting. Oh, yes, you are. That is exactly how you're acting. You're acting like there's legitimacy out there that you can address in your mind, certain gods. Yes, you do. That's why you said you couldn't do it. That's exactly why you said you couldn't do it. Because you think there are God concepts out there and you can't match that. That's you. You did that. When there are God concepts out there and you can match that by merely making the declaration. That's all you got to do. And if you think it's any other task, then you're deluding yourself. That's what every single human being who has ever thought of a God has ever done. They've literally been just a ground monkey on this mud ball, and they picked their favorite thing, and they called that favorite thing God. And they have deluded you and the rest of my fucking culture into saying stupid shit like they can't prove the existence of a God thing. The difference is when you did it at your cup, you know what the difference between your cup and Jesus is? you can prove the existence of your God. I can't tell you why it's a God, other than you're a monkey and you pointed at it and you called it God. But the main distinction is you can prove the existence of your God. You can demonstrate the existence of your God. You can make propositional statements about your God. You could say your God is empty. Your God is full. Your God is plastic. Your God is metal. Your God has a straw in it, or it doesn't have a straw in it. These are certain claims that we can come to understand about the nature of your God thing, your God thing. And for 2,000 fucking years, one moron after another called a pope, sat in a chair, and lacked the capacity to do any of that. So somehow a guy and his cronies throughout history got the legitimacy that you deserve for merely pointing at a cup and calling it God. You did what 2,000 years of Catholics can't do. And so you're going around bigifying the concept by saying, I can't prove the existence of a God thing. I can't shit my own pants. Yes, you can. You're just a big boy, and you learned how not to shit your pants. So stop lying to people and telling them that you can't prove or disprove the existence of a God thing, and then I won't have to correct you, because it's an overly trivial task when the standard is literally point at a thing and call it a God. That's the task. Quit pretending that it's anything different. And just try to remember something. Don't fucking cut me off before I'm done making my points. Right? Try to remember that. Because I didn't go to you and force you to sit down and listen to me. And I certainly didn't go to you to ask you to teach me. Right? I didn't do either of those things. But you're doing that here. And if you can't fucking handle it, click the disconnect button. Because you don't get to tell me when to stop teaching. You don't get to do that. Sorry. I'm sorry you don't like the power dynamics here, but you're putting yourself in those shoes by acting the way you are. Yeah, back 2,000 years, 4,000 years ago, they would have stoned you, right? They would have taken you outside the village, and they would have stoned you to death. You're unruly. You're obstinate. You don't listen. You lie. You gaslight, right? That's all rude behavior, man. You take a very sensitive topic where I got to point out that your parents gaslit you, and then you turn that into like, I'm just being mean and that's a personal attack, right? You did that. You flipped my intent into I just want to hurt your fucking feelings. That's you. Your parents did that. I didn't do that. Your parents did that to you. They set you up for failure. They taught you that you can't prove the existence. I see your hand waving around. I'm just making sure you know to let me finish when I'm trying to make a point. That I make long, drawn out points, that I like to get to the conclusion. I like to make sure that my interlocutor's paying attention. Because if my interlocutor's not paying attention, what's the point in talking to them? If I got to repeat myself over and over because they're not actually engaged in what I'm saying, they're just waiting for me to say something stupid so that they can giggle and laugh and wave their stupid fucking hand around the camera. Yeah, I had this problem with you last time you were here. I had this exact same fucking problem with you the last time you were here. You think getting muted means start making monkey noises and chirping out on the fucking camera there and waving your hand around and being distracted and typing in side chat. That's what you think. You think getting muted means that. It means get more distracted for some reason. So, you know, you want to act like this after I've asked you multiple times not to do it. I'm going to treat you like this. I warned you last time that I'm doing this because you're an asshole fucking with me. Yeah, I told you this last time. Why didn't you pay attention last time? I told you when you act like this, I'm going to treat you like this. And I felt like that was a contract that we had. I feel like it's a contract. I warned you, right? I warned you. So it's a contract at that point. Further engagement, you accept the warning. Well, this is your mod abuse. You want to be an asshole, dude. Like, whenever you decide to not be an asshole, that's when you're going to get not mod abused, right? And it's not going to be on your time. It's going to be on my time. Because you get to choose whenever you want to come in here and fuck with me, right? You got to choose. I reset my ban list like, what, 48 hours ago? Took you 48 hours to get unbanned and come in here and fuck with me again within 48 hours. So you got to choose your attack of opportunity. You had 48 hours to decide when you wanted to strike. So you're on my time now, right? You're on my time now. You got to choose whenever you wanted to land your attack, bro. That's the disadvantage I'm at when I reset my ban list. Is that you guys, like, dude, there's 500 of you morons out there that got put on my ban list. I've reset my ban list like 30 times by now, right? Like, you guys don't get it, man. You got to change your behavior. That's what's getting you fucking banned, dude. And you didn't change your behavior. You acted like the same asshole that you were the last time that you were here. Same asshole. So you're on my time now, buddy. You did that. And considering that I just reset my ban list, it's going to be a while before I reset it again. I'm not talking to myself. You're on YouTube, dipshit. Yeah, I'm talking to fucking you and everybody else that's listening. Anybody listening, I'm talking to them. Right, but that's just more obstinance right there. Do you think when I read that, that's like, okay, this guy's gonna stop being an asshole. I could just stop it. I could stop moderating this guy now. Do you think when I read that, that's what that says to me? That you're done being a fucking asshole and worth listening to again? No, dude, it doesn't. I read that and it's just like, yeah, you're right. You do give a damn. That's why you're cucking yourself before me. You could be out playing right now, dude, but you're sitting here just being mod abused like a fucking moron. Oh, did you think I was going somewhere? I'm not going anywhere. And I could just ban you whenever I'm done with you. I could just right-click and ban. You're gone. Poof. Right? Whenever I'm done. Whenever I choose that's when. Right? Whenever. Right. So do you really think you're bothering me that bad? I'm giving you opportunity right now. Giving you the opportunity. All this bullshit about I'm just an unfair guy. I have been giving you the opportunity this whole fucking time. What do you keep doing? You keep proving me right. You're an obstinate asshole. So you're just going to keep getting treated like this. I just don't like being fucked with. All you guys got to do is not fuck with me. That's it. Simple. Just don't fuck with me. I'm not here to be fucked with. I'm here to help you guys, but you guys are just fucking idiots, man. I don't know what to tell you. You're just clowns, right? I don't know what's going on. It's like you are in full control of your behavior. I have no control over your behavior. But I disapprove of it. And so you're seeing how I respond to that. You're welcome to keep behaving in any way that you want and fuck with me. But yeah, that's why I'm moderator. Right? To do this. Like, you want to fuck with me here? I'll fuck with you back. Well, you were fucking with me. I was trying to talk, and you basically, like him, told me to shut the fuck up. It's your time to talk now. That's exactly what you guys did. Yeah, it is. It is. I was saying something you didn't approve of, and you just decided that at that moment when your feelings got hurt, it was time for me to shut up. And you just started talking. And then when I went to go moderate, fucking comrade just starts fucking talking again. So there I have to fucking moderate 2 assholes in a row. That's just fucking with me, Dad. That's just all that is you guys fucking with me. Well, yeah, no, but you weren't accidentally over talking. You were telling me to shut the fuck up and it's your turn to speak now. And so I'm showing you, no, you shut the fuck up. It's always my time to speak. You're in my chat room, retard. It is always and permanently my time to speak. Always. Whenever you're talking, you're speaking on my time. You're in my chat room. It's like my radio show. Do you not get that? Why does this need to be spelled out? Every single guest room owner is like that. It's their fucking chat room, dude. People go there for them. But you guys come in here and you're just like, no, call it a power trip. That's why you're getting power tripped, idiot. Because you think it's a power trip. I have no power over you. I have power over my room, idiot. Are you this dumb? My mutes don't work outside this room, idiot. Do you not know how this platform works? Are you this fucking dumb? All you gotta do is leave. I told you this, man. You just don't listen. You want to interpret me as just being this fucking guy. That's in your brain, man. You're hallucinating. Yeah, I have no control over you, man. None. Zero control. There's no power trip. But this is how I'm treating you because you're in my room fucking with me. I don't care. Yeah, I'm permanently in. This is my chat room. Yeah. Yeah, my time. Right. Yeah, my time. Yeah. Yes. Are you getting it? Or are you just throwing a temper tantrum? Like, what are you doing? It looks like you're throwing a temper tantrum. That you don't get to do all the things that I get to do in my own chat room, so you're throwing a temper tantrum. You call it mod abuse. I call it moderating my goddamn chat room. That's what it's called. It's my fucking chat room, dipshit. I didn't go to you. You came to me. And you're misbehaving. So you get abused. Dude, there is literally no way to moderate you and it not be interpreted as abuse. That is logically impossible. I wanted you to shut up, right? Can you affirm that? Can you confirm I wanted you to shut up? Can you give me a thumbs up on that? Okay, did you shut up? No, you didn't. You see? So what do I got? Yes, you're in my chat room. Yes. You don't have to be here, clown. That's like, how are you not getting this? You are only feeling my quote unquote wrath because you are subjecting yourself to it. Look, do you want me to feel sorry that you don't get to speak in my room? Is that why you're throwing your temper tantrum? I'm supposed to give a shit? Yeah, you don't get to speak now. Like, how long does it take to set in? And it's because of your behavior. Persistent behavior. I understand Comrade kind of got caught up in the thing. He's not been a sore problem or whatever. He's kind of like fodder. I get it. I've known it the whole time. I felt bad the moment I fucking muted him. I did. But it's how it is, man. I don't know what to tell you. I was talking to you, I didn't appreciate him butting in. And that's just that, dude. I'm just trying to unfuck your brain, dude. You obviously don't want it unfucked. You're mad at me or something that I unfucked it. You can go back to pretending that you can't prove the existence of a God thing if you want. You could try. I don't know what you're going to do to undo the damn. Yeah. Right. You're doing what the Pope did. I taught you that. Good. Yeah, I taught you that. Yeah, you came in here a dumbass. And your thanks to me is to be a constant annoying sack of shit. Right? You see, I deal with that shit all the time, bro. All the time. Because people act like I'm the one who gaslit them in their youth and did that to them. They act like I did that shit to them. Like I was there. But if I was, dude, you wouldn't have this problem. You wouldn't be going around telling people that you're like, you know, unable to cognitively shit your pants. If that's what you want to do, man. But see, where your brain is broken is you think that means something other than the cup. Yeah, you do. That's why you think that's a profound thing that you're doing. Why you felt the need to write God on it. Trying to prove something. I'm only trying to prove that you were inculcated. That's all I'm doing, dude. Like, I didn't do this, man. I'll take the blame, you know, like, for being an asshole. But like I said, man, I said this, you probably remember me saying it. Go fuck yourself. Remember me saying that? Yeah. At that point, if you had done that, if you had gone and fucked yourself, none of this would be happening. No, circle jerk? Is that what you're saying? Like, no, it's a metaphor. I'm not actually saying that you should have any sexual intercourse with yourself. I mean, go fuck yourself is just like over there. Like, you know, go play. I said go play outside. Remember me saying that? I said go fuck yourself, go outside and play. Remember? I mean, if you had done it then, you'd be out there playing and having fun. But instead, you're just... You want to be muted in my room, I guess, dude. I don't speak sign language, dude. Yeah, I don't speak sign language. Dude, I'm like the worst with charades, too.
Dude, you're like a mime, bro. Like on the sidewalk.
I'm telling you, dude, you do not want me on your team in charades. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what any of that means. I get it. You're pointing at your face. Yeah. Retard. Yeah. That's what I call it. You call it you. I call it dumb fuck. That's what I call it. Yeah. Dumb fuck. Double dumb fuck. Yeah. Yeah. You're a dumb fuck, right? Bro, I mean, how do I tell you no where you understand it? Bro, the easiest way to not get muted in my room is to just not come in here and fuck with me. It's not that hard. People do it all the time. They come and they go. They're just living their lives, dude, coming and going. But then there's just fucking, what are you, a Redditor? Right? Like what are you? You will not feel completed until you're on my ban list. Yeah. That's what you're itching for, man. You've been itching it this whole time. Dude, you've been unmuted for like minutes now.
Oh shit, I didn't even realize. Thanks, dog.
All right, how about you, Yaz? What did you learn? Able to do the task?
I don't know.
Uh-oh.
Well, do you actually believe that God exists in our reality?
Um, no, not really.
Uh-oh.
But
All right, so that will follow that you couldn't prove one that exists.
could you prove that one exists?
Well, you're telling us you don't believe in one, so that will follow you can't prove one, right?
Um, I don't know. Some arguments are like more compelling than others, but I don't think they prove the notion of God that a lot of people adopt.
Well, I'm asking, do you have the capacity right now to prove a God that exists to somebody?
Yeah, just that it's real.
Um,
That's it. Not what we know about it and how we discuss it, but whether or not it's real.
okay, but like we'll have to define what that God is, right?
There we
Do
go.
you?
Well,
Yes or no?
yeah, but how do you do that? How do you define a thing? What's step one in defining the nature of something? Because
I don't know, like
here's what you're saying. You're saying, hey, in order for us to discuss this linguistically, we're going to need an operating definition, right?
yeah.
So where do we get those definitions, though? Like, here's a definition of an animal: a large rodent of the genus Castor, having sharp incisors, webbed hind feet, and a flattened tail, noted for its ability to dam streams and rivers. Where did we get that definition? You know
Sounds
what
like a
animal
beaver
that
to me.
is, right? Like, no, I didn't give you the name of the animal, but do you know what animal it is?
I fucking love beavers.
Beaver.
It's a
Beaver.
Yeah, it's a beaver. And where did we get the definition, like flattened tail? Why the hell did I say that? Flattened tail. Where did we get that definition, dude?
I don't know, because its tail looks relatively flattened by
Yeah,
From-
we
From the
perceived it.
beaver. From the beaver.
yeah,
Believe
from the
it.
beaver itself.
Right. It's not analytically true that the beaver has a flattened tail. That's not why a beaver's got a flat tail or why we defined a beaver as having a flat tail. Not analytically. It's just an observation. So if we're discussing the nature of an object and we're not starting with some observation, what the fuck are we doing? And so I agree with you. We need a definition. And that's the fucking problem right there. Is that we need a fucking definition. And people are like, well, I'll give you one. I got like 3 of them. Look, I don't need any goddamn definition. That's not the fucking point. Like, I don't need any definition of a beaver, right? Any definition of a beaver is not going to work. I need a very specific definition. Large rodent, genus Castor, sharp incisors, webbed hind feet, flat tail. I need that definition for a beaver because that's the one that makes sense and conveys meaning about the nature of the fucking beaver. If you start fucking with that definition, I'm gonna be like, what the fuck kind of beaver are you talking about, bro? What do you mean doesn't have sharp incisors? What kind of fucking beaver doesn't have sharp incisors? I'm gonna freak out, right? Because there's beavers, and the meaning of beaver is literally the beaver, and the way your eyeballs interact with it. That's the meaning of beaver, right? And then we construct a definition from there, from the observation. So I agree, we need a definition. That is definitely critical in the discussion. We need that goddamn definition. But the problem is where we get those definitions and the type of definitions currently available. So we have a body of definitions we could pull from. that are available. We got a big old bucket of definitions we could pull from. And all I'm saying with Igtheism is some of the times when you pull a definition out of that big barrel of definitions, some of them exist. Some of them are real. They're real things. It'll be like Eiffel Tower. And you'd be like, okay, I guess the Eiffel Tower's God. You pull out another one, it'll be like the fucking wind, right? Okay, I guess that one exists. We'll put that one. You pull out another one, it'll be like Earth itself is God, right? People do this. Genuine people, not just assholes like me who are using them. There are people who believe Earth, planet Earth, is a God called Gaia. I believe they're morons. That's just my one monkey opinion. Don't get all super offended. It's just my personal take on believing that the planet Earth is like a God thing. I believe it's a big conglomerate rock of metal and shit. That's what it is to me. But people believe stuff, bro. And all I'm saying is some of them exist, some of them don't exist. If you actually do hold to the idea that it depends on how God is defined, if you actually believe that, then when you're given a definition, depend on it. Depend on the definition provided, right? But you'll get gaslit. People will be like, oh, yeah, it depends on the definition. Then you give them a definition. What do? Immediately abandon the definition and fall back on their favorite definition and start telling you how that God's not a God. That's not what I mean by God. You're changing the definition of God. They do that all the time. It's crazy. So, yeah, we need a definition, man. I don't disagree with you guys. But the problem is, how do we get the definition?
I mean, honestly, I have no clue. Like, if someone gives you like a working definition of what it is, then you just
A
like
working definition is an observation. A working definition of a thing is an observation. That's how you define it. I understand the observation is not conveying the symbolic representation, i.e. the words. I get that. But like when you see a beaver and you want to describe it, what are you doing? You're describing the observation. You're saying flat tail. Flat is an observation. Tail is also an observation. Right? These are observations. So the definition, the meaning of the definition of beaver is literally the beaver. It is the beaver. There is no symbolic representation here. This is literally the beaver. We're not saying that a large rodent of the genus Castor having sharp incisors, blah, 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 is symbolically the beaver. No, it's literally a one-to-one correlation. Now we're using symbolic representation, which is words. The words are symbolically representing A equals A. We have A, the beaver, equals the definition. So you're like confused about where we would get the definition of a God thing. We would get it from the God thing. But what do? They condition you. You say, they say God's real. And you say, okay, well, show me God. They condition you. They treat you like shit. They laugh. They're like, God's not a thing I could just show you. You a fucking idiot. Right? They condition you to not ask that question, to think that that's an inappropriate question. It's the appropriate question. But they've conditioned you to think it's not an appropriate question, that God's like a metaphysical, non-physical thing. No, they're saying God exists. God exists, right? Because they said God exists, you know the mode. You set the mode of the discussion to extant, not imagination. Imagination don't count. It don't matter what bucket they have and how many definitions they have in that bucket and what they're able to pull out of that bucket. And that's imagination. Because we're going to look at the thing outside the bucket. When we pull the definition out of the bucket, we're going to compare it to the thing outside the bucket. And if that definition don't match the thing outside the bucket, we get a new definition. We don't get a new thing outside the bucket. We just get we draw from the bucket again and hope somebody did better than that one, right? That's what we do. The definition doesn't make the beaver's tail flat, right? If we start defining beavers as round tails, you think they're going to develop round tails?
no. But, like, I'm confused about one thing. So like 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 how could you like possibly? Okay, so like if someone's like referring to the Abrahamic God, let's say like to the you know like a notion of classical theism, like how would you?
See,
What would you
I was
call
with
that?
you until you did that right there. You fucked it up, bro. Right there. 'Cause saying that Yahweh is a God of classical, which trait? So, all right, let's do it like this. Watch. What are the defining characteristics of the God of classical theism?
Omniscience.
Okay, let's just stop right there.
Yeah.
Omniscient. When was Yahweh ever referred to as omniscient? Where is that in the Bible where he's omniscient? And no contradictions here. Like, I want to be certain that Yahweh, the character Yahweh of the Christian Bible book, is omniscient. Is he omniscient? Or is there shit that it doesn't know? Are there Bible verses that we can go to where he doesn't know shit? Have you ever heard of Bible verses that say he don't know shit?
I don't think so. I'm not
One of
really
the
all
first
that
Bible
familiar.
verses where he says he don't know shit is when Adam and Eve covered up their genitals, and he went down to the garden, and he was looking for them. And when God got to the garden, he shouted out to them, "Where are you?" They were hiding from him. And so he was saying, so he didn't know where they were. Right? So when you read it, he doesn't know where they were. They had to reveal themselves, so he doesn't know something there. There's another one where he had to send a general out to go get some information. And if the information was true, if when the guy came back, the scout or whatever, if the information was true, then he was going to change his attack plan. There are things that the Christian God monster Yahweh, who promotes pedophilia, doesn't know some stuff, right? It doesn't know some stuff. So you're saying, hey, God of classical theism, and then you just kind of wanted to just slide Yahweh right in on it, like we could. Okay, so we know omniscience is out. And what was the second characteristic of God of classical theism? All powerful.
Omnipotence.
So all powerful. Okay, are there any times that God is not all powerful? Yahweh is not all powerful. Like, how does Yahweh fare against, say, wrestling a monkey that has long hair? Well, you would have to cheat. How is he against like an army that uses iron chariots? Well, I mean, he would just have to cower in defeat, right? So he's clearly, like, the Christian God monster Yahweh has limitations. If you read the Bible, you will find that it has some limitations. Like, for example, it couldn't create without fucking up, right? It just couldn't do it. It's so incompetently moronic. It's so stupid and such an invalid of a God that it can't get creation right. It fucked that up, right? So it's obviously not omniscient. And this is a double whammy because this is also too pussy and too dumb, right? It's like a double compound. It's pow, right? So, and what was the third characteristic of God of classical theism? Oh, all loving. Do I need to remind you how loving the Christian God monster Yahweh of the Bible book is, who promotes pedophilia? Or you just give me that one because that's a softball?
Yeah, I think I get it. Okay, like what about like?
Well,
okay,
hold
so
on.
you're
Before
talking
we
about
move
Yahweh.
on, hold on. Before we move on, do you see how you slid in linguistically an error? You said God of classical theism and Yahweh as an example. As you clearly know, Yahweh is not an example of the God of classical theism. It's not. It's just not. It's smuggled in there. We gaslight ourselves into believing shit so that we can have conversations with people and not realizing that we make our own critical errors when we do that. You're legitimizing an illegitimate concept that Yahweh, a Bronze Age pedophile, is an omni-god. No, it's not. It is not an omni-god. It is not a god of classical theism. You could argue it has been made to a god of classical theism. You could argue that modern Christians think their God is omnimax. You could do that, but we would be quibbling. We would already be moving beyond the point because I'm just going to appeal to the Bible anyway, and I've already made the point with the Bible. So he's not an omnimax God. He's not an omni-anything God. He's a little bitch who came from a polytheistic, henotheistic religion where he sat not as the head god, but as a lesser deity on that pantheon, right? So there are multiple different angles of attack here to show that Yahweh is not a God of classical theism, but man, how they have gaslit the fucking shit out of you and everybody else to believe and just allow these fucking knuckle draggers to smuggle Yahweh in to the doors, into the grand halls of the the opulence of being around the atheists of modern era and their genuflections of the God of classical theism. It's fucking retarded. You guys are fucking delusional. Right? You're just gaslit. That's what it is. You're fucking gaslit. And I'm so fucking angry about this shit because there's so many smart people out there that are fucking gaslit. Way smarter than me, and they come in here gaslit as fuck and can't see these simple facts, these simple tiny little morsels that make up all the ways that we build bigger ideas. Right? I'm fucking terrible at building big ideas. I guess I'm pretty decent at building little ideas and seeing the little morsels, but like putting it all together, yeah, I suck at that part, dude. It's hard. But knowing when I don't know some shit comes easy. And I don't know why my fellow thinkers out there can't see that simple fact that I could do this all fucking day long. All fucking day long with the incoherence of the language itself. The problem we should be addressing here isn't the ontological status of God. We should be addressing the ontological status of intelligent monkeys on planet Earth. That's what we should be fucking questioning. Are we really intelligent when we can be gaslit so deeply, right? But you're not the only one with this I was just asked this the other day, and I don't got a good answer for it because I'm not like that. Somebody's like, how come, if you're right about this, how come all these really, really smart people don't see it and they're all like atheists, right? And I'm thinking to myself, that is a good fucking question. That is a good fucking, why are all these really intelligent people atheists? Can't they see this simple fucking linguistic problem? But why are all these really intelligent people Christians, Muslims, Jews, right? There are really intelligent people on this planet that believe in actual fucking magic. There are big brain nerds, like 200 plus IQ nerds, ground monkeys on a mud ball, think that they're magic spirit monkeys, bro, and they're gonna teleport to Magic Happy Land when they die. So you fucking tell me how a really intelligent person can believe in some really dumb shit. And it goes for both atheists and theists. Both the atheists and the theists are making this mistake.
I got a question for you. Do you think like numbers exist, like abstract objects?
No. We
Can
interact.
we use those words to have sorry, I mean to cut you off.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say we interact with numbers because it's a system of logic. Logic itself doesn't exist. It's just an extrapolation from our interaction with reality and how it functions. We look at reality and how it functions, and this informs our meat sack that shit works in a particular way, and we've just deduced that over the eons. That's all logic is. It's a language we use to express the consistency of reality. Yeah, like I love to focus on the cultural gaslighting, how we just fucking lie to each other, and we just build ourselves up to be experts that we're not, talking about topics we really have no fucking clue about. And I don't mean this in the esoteric, like quantum mechanic way. I don't mean it like that. I just mean it like when we get confused by our epistemologies and we act like they inform us more than they do. They don't. They're just maps. Just maps. Every epistemology is just a fucking map. Reality does not exist in such a way that you could ever draw an accurate map of it. It is a constantly influx dynamic system.
Do you understand the point, Yas?
Not fully. Like I don't have like a full grasp of it yet.
So think about mode. If if you're thinking about an abstract object or if you're thinking about a concrete object, you're going to play by two different rules. If I tell you Spider-Man lives in New York, you're going to have a different standard than if I tell you, you know, John Smith lives in Manhattan, right? This is going to be a different standard. You're not going to ask for facts and evidence of Peter Parker, right? That's just bullshit. It's imagination. I said it up front. So you're not going to ask me things about like height and weight and social security number, date of birth, like none of that shit. It's whatever I say, right? That's fiction. That's the luxury of fiction, is that things in fiction, abstract objects, in a lot of them, are just whatever we want them to be. Now, in that space, in that headspace, where we're just dealing with concepts, in that headspace, we have discovered that there are also ideas that have a different weight to them, right? It's not that we can just say anything we want. There's ideas that are bouncing around in our head that we're kind of constrained. Like we can only think of these things in certain ways. And this is an application of certain logical things that we're playing around. Like, you know, I mentioned it earlier, analytic truths, right? Like an unmarried person is a bachelor. We know this just because of the construct. The logic itself informs us of some consistency here, but that's still entirely in our heads. Right? We're not fact checking any of this shit yet, right? What makes a married bachelor a married bachelor? The fact that monkeys get married. If monkeys stop getting married, the concept of a bachelor evaporates. It doesn't go anywhere because it didn't come from anywhere. It's not there. It's just a concept, right? It's a concept that reflects human behavior. It's a word that describes something we do. So we stop doing it, the word goes away. It's analytically true, so it's true in all senses of the cases. But it's only true given this contingency of human behavior. So if you want to move out of looking for consistent models like that outside of headspace, you have to switch modes. You have to say that outside is now relevant. Outside information is relevant. I can be wrong about so-and-so's social security number. I can be wrong about their date of birth and location. I can be wrong about these things because their rightness isn't contingent on my headspace. Their rightness is contingent on a relationship between my headspace, which is where we get our declarations, so-and-so lives somewhere, that's headspace, versus the territory. So we have a map, so-and-so lives somewhere, that's a map. And we have a territory of a person somewhere in some location doing a behavior. We have a description of that. Absent that description, then the statement so-and-so lives somewhere doing something is incoherent. Sure, you understand all the words, but it's incoherent with respect to its description of reality. So it's a different mode, right? You're not using the mode of imagination to describe where someone lives and what their name is and their weight and things like this. This is a different mode. And when we're trying to talk about ontology, we have to use a mode that appeals to those things external to our minds, because that would be the only non-arbitrary point that you and I could begin discussing the consistency and nature of those things in reality. Because whatever you're observing. What do you question? Your own observations? So that's kind of fucking pointless. You would use your observations to question your observations. So you're in this vicious circle. So there's a utility of a disagreeing mind or a different vantage. Someone else coming up to the thing and experiencing it and being able to conceptualize it with their own internal, structure, and then providing you information. And that information comes best when it's non-prompted, right? If you walk up and you see a thing and to you it looks like it's small, square, and red, right? And you're just not really convinced that it's there. The best thing for you to do is just hang out and wait for me to walk up. And then you'd be like, hey, you see anything? And then you see me glance down at the object. That's an indicator. That should help you feel more confident that there's a thing there. And when I look at it, I'm like, you mean that small red square thing? That helps reinforce that your observation was correct because I'm affirming it, right? But if I look down and I'm like, you mean that big blue round thing? That's going to fuck with you. We're going to have a disagreement. I'm seeing something, but I'm not describing it the same way. So there's an incoherence here in our model, in our ability to coherently describe upon, discourse. We're talking. We try to describe this thing and we're fundamentally disagreeing with the observation. So what do? Do we hash out the observations or do we hash out the definitions? Well, you do both. You go back to the thing, you observe it, and you see who's right. You talk about it, you show each other, you convince each other, you prove to each other, right? But what you would never do is prove the thing exists. That just comes baked in. How do you prove a thing exists? You just look at it. That's it. That's done. You look at it, you taste it, you lick it, you stick something on it, right? You interact with it. That's how you know things exist. But the epistemologies that we discuss, the atheisms, the theisms, those that's epistemology. And why the fuck are you there if you lack the ontology? The atheists necessarily lack the ontology. So I don't know why the fuck they're thinking they're some expert in the nature of something that exists, because they're saying there is no ontology. So there is no affirmation of any claim for an atheist. And then the theists, what are they even fucking saying? You got to stop and think, like, what are they saying? What is theism saying? Not what is a theist, an individual theist, saying, but can you make sense of the proposition theism? I think you can't. Can't make sense of the proposition theism, because the sense to be made is initially about reality. They're saying theism is the proposition God exists. So they're making some claim about reality. And so we're in that mode. We're in the mode where we need those shared interrelated experiences to really understand it, right? Because the shared interrelated experience is how you disconnect imaginations from reality. Reality is what we're both experiencing. Imagination is what only you are capable of experiencing.
How do you feel about pantheists that like to call nature God?
It's the same as anybody else, man.
Because like well, let's say they're naturalistic. They don't believe in anything supernatural, but they just like to honor reality.
Yeah, their God exists, bro. I have zero issues. Their God.
Okay.
Their God. Right? But every time I say that, I always conclude it, whether I say it out loud or not, I don't know what makes reality a God.
What about the fact it exists?
That's not going to be true of all gods. Zeus, in my book, is like any other thing that I would understand to be a god, a god. I don't think Zeus exists. So it's not a necessary entailment that a god must exist. That is the proposition that we find interesting, though, in theism. Theism is the proposition that it exists. And I like that proposition because, like I said, with modality, it locks you into the mode. If you can't have a shared interrelated experience, then you're not experiencing it. That's the accusation. If I say, watch out for that elephant, and no one's experiencing the elephant, then I'm hallucinating. Like if people are walking right through the elephant that I see, that should indicate to me I'm hallucinating. That's not really how hallucinations work, but in this perfect hypothetical world, it would conflict with me. If there's a wall, I see a wall that people just walk through, this is inconsistent. I would be sticking my hand up to the wall, testing it. Like, what the fuck is going on here? But I only know that because I'm interacting with other beings who could tell me I'm wrong about stuff or that I could observe doing different things. But that's the cool thing about nature is it's sort of invariant. It's symmetrical, right? What works here works there. And everywhere you put it, there's no difference. So you could just extrapolate to the rest of it. And if you're wrong, who gives a fuck? Fix it and sit in.
You said you didn't understand why anyone would call the universe God, or you have a hard time with that. What about
No,
the fact
I don't
that,
know
like,
what about the universe makes it a god. There is no god-bearing characteristic in a thing. The god-bearing characteristic is in the mind of a monkey.
Sure, I guess the point would be that like all things come from the universe and go back to the universe.
False.
Right? How so?
All things
Because
are the universe.
They are the universe, yeah. They don't
True,
come from.
true.
Come from is a level 7 wizard spell in theism.
I am a monist, so I actually don't believe in any separation between things. I think things is just a way of talking about the unified world.
So I just want to figure, yes, do you understand now or no?
Yeah, I get it. It's like like this is more of a naturalistic outlook on things, you know.
Well, I am a naturalist, but Igtheism is a philosophy that will give you a burden of proof. You'll have a burden of proof. You'll be addressing theism. You'll have to address atheism because of the problem, but it gives you a burden of proof, something you have to prove, an argument, right? You can build a foundation when you have Igtheism because your ontology, the ontology of Igtheism, is not God. The ontology of Igtheism is humans and behavior and linguistics, right? That's what the ontology of Igtheism is referencing, human behavior and how they communicate. I'm not concerned whether gods exist. This is why I say, hey, it depends on how you define it. If you say God is the Eiffel Tower, that's fine. I don't give a shit. I still have an argument to make. I'm not done. Even though I've accepted the existence of this God, I'm still in it, right? I'm able to make an argument and put forward and unfuck both the theist and the atheist brain. Both of them, same time.
What are your ontological beliefs?
Well, I'm a ground monkey on a mud ball. I've learned to identify the shape of a banana, and I think I know what's inside of a coconut.
But is that an ontology?
That's as close to ontology as I get with my
Yeah,
body
there's an
parts.
isness, right? That's what ontology is, a study of isness. So, is he is? Does he have isness? Of course he does. Is he on a mud ball he calls Earth? Yes.
But you're asking about, you want to get into what do I understand about the banana and the coconut and the mud ball and the monkey. That's epistemology. You asked about ontology.
Well, I guess if you had to label all the things that are real and exist, what would be on that list?
Everything. Reality. What percentage of reality do I understand? Because of my understanding currently of reality, I think percentiles are incoherent. As far as I know, there is no limit. So there is no way to give percentile to the amount of things I know. If the amount of things to know is infinite, then what is the number? I am infinitely ignorant, I guess. But that's incoherent because I know some stuff. So yeah, dude, my ontologies are just dog shit, dude. They're non-informative. I'm just saying, hey, I'm experiencing what I assume to be reality because it's overwhelmingly there, right? And it's consistent. Without that consistency, yeah, reality would be fucking weird and hard to understand. I don't think brains would have evolved the way that it is if logic was inconsistent, right? If reality was inconsistent, predation is strongly tied to intelligence, being a predator, right? Predators have to think and calculate and shit like that. They got a plan, and who's to say when intelligence came about, you could put it on predation, but you could put it on a lot of things, so I don't know. I don't know what intelligence is. I don't know if we're intelligent enough to even know what intelligence is, man.
So, do you think like this pen is an object that exists?
Yeah.
So, in your ontology, there's pens that exist.
Well, there's a thing, yeah.
And so, like, at what point does it, like, I guess I'm asking, like, mereologically, why not just say this is just a bunch of atoms and there is no
It
pen?
is just a bunch of atoms.
So there is no pen ontologically. It's just a bunch of atoms in a pen.
Well, I didn't
shape.
say there was a pen. I said there was a thing.
What's wrong
how
with
is it
the
a thing?
ontology of a pen being a bunch of atoms?
Yeah, so if ultimately it's just a bunch of atoms, then the pen is kind of an illusion, right? It's just
No.
a shape that the
Wait,
atoms are taking.
why does this notion of ultimacy like suddenly like invalidate what makes a pen a pen?
Because I don't see why something else comes into being when a certain amount of
Nothing's
atoms
coming
come
into
together.
being in my model. Everything
Yeah,
about that
it's not
pen
coming into being.
is there. It's just that pen is a configuration of quarks, if you will. Here's you know what a quark bag is? Fuck the nerds. Dude, I'm gonna say if you're a nerd hearing this, fuck you. Do you know what a quark bag is?
A quart?
No, like subatomic particle. Quark.
I know what a quark is, but not a quark bag.
Okay, so a quark bag, if you ask the nerds, is a condition that all your atoms are under right now. You have quark bags, and the quark bag contains quarks that are forming and unforming. There are anti-quarks in the quark bag. There's a writhing sea, right? So when we say I have a quark, that's false. What you have is a dynamic quark flux bag of quarks that are popping in and out of existence. Not really, but that's how they express it. Popping in and out of existence constantly. So all of your quark bags, when you're holding up the pen and you're like, this pen, it's not a static object. We perceive it in a Newtonian way as a static object, but all of the atoms that make up that thing are undergoing this dynamic condition where you're never dealing with the same quark in any femtosecond.
Totally. But is it just a bunch of quarks, or is there something else called the quark bag that is on top of the quarks?
Well, both, really. It's kind of hard to explain. Have you ever seen LHC images, the Large Hadron Collider, and you see those little lines shooting off and squigglies and shit like that? What's interesting about those is, as I understand it, if you imagine that some of the stuff coming off is a quark, okay? Imagine some of those lines are quarks flying out of the atom because they got their head-on collision and it shattered and the quarks go flying. The interesting thing is when you're a quark and you're just hanging out doing your quark thing and you get hit by a hadron and knocked out of your shit, you as an individual quark can't exist unless you're bound to another quark. So it's a quark-quark duo. There's a gluon that holds the quarks together, right? And you can't change that system. And so one description of these lines that are shooting out of the subatomic particle when they collide is, think about it like this, that the hadron hit a single quark so hard that it stretched it. It stretched that gluon to its breaking point. And when the energy, that there was more energy in the collision than the quark-gluon combo could handle. And so it ripped the quark away from the other quark and instantaneously, simultaneously in that action, created another quark-quark combo. So you now have 4 quarks. And what that line is representing is how many quarks were generated from absorbing the energy of the collision, because as it stretches, it makes more quarks. And so that line is quarks coming into being because you've delivered energy to one quark, ripping it off. So this is E equals mc squared. When you take energy and you deliver it to that quark, you bring quarks into being from that energy transfer. But you're losing energy to do that globally.
Sure. I guess let's say hypothetically, let's say if this pen was made up of 10 quarks. I know that's false, but is this just 10 quarks configured in a certain shape we call pen? Or when the 10 quarks come together, is another actual object come into being that's called the pen?
I'm noticing a behavioral issue.
It's a ship of
It's not.
thesis.
It's not specifically. It's not specific to you. It's just a thing that humans do, which is they categorize things, right?
Yeah.
They look at nature and they can't help but kind of put them in groups, right? Now, when you go to the beach and you pick any 3 rocks, the nature of you picking those rocks, or not the act of you picking those 3 rocks doesn't actually change the fundamental nature of the rocks, does it? No. But nonetheless, there are rocks, and the rocks have relationships. They have their respective relations.
Yeah, I'm trying to say, when you put a certain amount of rocks together, does it actually create another object called the pile of rocks?
No,
No.
that is just a that's just a map of about a territory. There's nothing about the territory that makes this property of pile, right? It's just our linguistics to match on to the what we're perceiving or what the phenomenon is, right? It's just a communication thing.
But the thing is, every object actually is a pile of quarks and subatomic particles.
Yeah, but nothing's coming into being. So I have a long drawn out sex prison version of this, but imagine you have a scale and you have a pile on that scale and you have a kilogram of stuff, individual grams. You have 1,000 of them, right? In the pile, you have a kilogram. If you spread them out so they're not in a pile anymore, how much do you have? Kilogram. So you're only dealing with configuration. Configuration doesn't bring anything into being unless you're getting, pedantic and you talk about like, protein configurations or something like that, where structure and function come into being because of their bonding strengths and stuff.
I think I agree with you, but I think that makes us committed to saying everyday objects like tables don't really exist. It's just a configuration of atoms.
No, it doesn't commit me to saying that, because when I say it exists, I'm just referring to that conglomerate mass of energy. You're conflating epistemology and ontology. When I'm saying it's existing, I'm just saying it has ontological status. When I say it's a conglomerate mass of objects, I'm saying epistemologically. But it's the same thing. One's the map, one's the territory.
I'm really trying to get into like the mereological difference between parts and wholes, and when do a bunch of parts become a different whole?
I don't think that that's real. I think there is a system called reality, and it can be broken down into aspects.
The parts and wholes are just a perspective. The parts and wholes are just a perspective, right? That's all it is, and that's like the map about the territory. Like when we talk about like the pen, right? We're one perspective. We're looking at the whole entire thing. But if we zoom in on it through a atomic microscope and see the individual atoms, now we're saying, look at that one atom, right? Now the perspective has changed, and all we're doing is talking about, well, this is part of the pen, meaning this is one perspective, right? This perspective is only one part of the whole entire thing we're talking about. It's literally just talking about perspective, which would be the map.
But if we're just talking about perspective, then how are we talking about what things actually exist?
Eco. I think
well,
one
we
of the
have
ways
effects.
One might be. I've been trying not to interrupt. One of the ways that it might be explained is if you take an apple, you have one apple. You have one apple piece. If you cut it into two, you now have two apple pieces. If you do that 1,000,000 times, sure, you'll have 1,000,001 apple pieces, but you'll still only have one apple. Regardless of how many pieces
That doesn't answer the question, right?
You're not
the
changing the
answer
amount.
to the question is effect.
I'm not answering
right?
a question. I'm not answering a question.
Then why
And
are
I
you
wasn't talking to
speaking?
you because you're interrupting me, and I was talking with somebody else.
Well, Mystic was asking a question and
The
you're
real
not
question
answering it.
is, why are you speaking? And
Because I'm a moderator and I can put a sock in your mouth. That's why. So to answer the question is effect. The apple has an effect. So no amount of you zooming in, looking at the parts, or zooming out, looking at some other larger aspect of the system is going to change the effect of the system.
But doesn't all of the apples that can make up an atom have the same effect as an apple?
No, not in the same way.
Why?
Well, aren't you talking about the same thing when you say atom and the atoms of the apple? You're talking about the same thing, right?
Because not apples are the same apple.
Oh, I must have misheard. You say apples as in plural?
They have other respective effects.
Like what?
Like position.
I mean,
yeah, that's true. There's an asymmetry with 2 and 1 apples. There's an asymmetry there.
That's a different effect.
Do you know about like invariance? Like the invariance in physics? I was describing it in light earlier when I was saying that like your experiment's going to work here as it will over there. That like you have like symmetries, right? So you have like axial symmetry, radial symmetry, and stuff like that. So if you have an apple, so imagine an apple and then imagine an experiment going off, like baking soda and vinegar reaction, like a volcano going on. You have an apple, and if you rotate that apple on its axis, nothing happens to the physics on the table. The physics is fine. It doesn't change anything. No one's perspective. The apple doesn't see a change in physics from its perspective, and the volcano reaction doesn't see a change in physics when it sees the apple begin to rotate. And so any symmetry, any movement that you do with this apple, reality responds the same way. Reality doesn't change like that. That when an apple begins moving, the experiment stays the same, right? So there's all these invariants. Now, if you're wondering what's different between two apples, okay, well, if you have a table, imagine a clear space and you got a table and an apple on that table. If you got one apple, you move forward, there's nothing there. So you can move forward just fine. Move backwards, it's just fine. Any direction you go, there's no change. There's no change in physics. There's no invariance. There's no invariance. Your model doesn't have to adjust because there's just one apple. So you're only describing that one apple and how it interacts. But when you have two apples on the table, then you have some variation. Let's say the apple's in front of it. If you try to move the apple forward, the physics is going to be different than if you move the apple backwards. The apple is free to move backwards, left, and right, and the change in physics is invariant. There's no change in physics here. It works all the same. But if the apple's to move forward, there's going to be a marked change in physics. Newton tells us about the laws of motion. If that apple is to move out of the apple's way, force is going to need to be applied, which is going to change the physical model, right? The physics changes because now you have an interaction. So you have an invariance in a system where you have one, and you have variance in a system where you have two. That's an asymmetry.
But we were talking about the difference between the parts of an apple and the whole apple. Are they the same thing?
But it's just perspective. That's a problem you're coming. That's the map. That is literally the map and not the territory itself, right? The map can never be the territory. All we're doing is making maps. That's the only thing we're fucking doing.
Yeah, why does you categorizing being a you problem like really have anything to do with the ontology of a rock, for example?
Yeah, but the difference is F equals ma. Force equals mass times acceleration. So when you try to move the apple to the left, your calculation to move there would force equals mass times acceleration. So the mass of the object in the way is zero. There is no object in the way. The mass is zero. So the F equals ma is the same formula, left, right, and back. It is not the same going forward. You do not have the same calculation. Force interactions with the other apple are going to change. I'm not a mathematician. I don't know which variables are going to change in F equals ma, but that formula will reflect the change. And so you have a variance. This is a variance. So you're asking what's the difference? It's the variation.
But no, we're not talking about the difference between two apples or moving the apple one way versus another. We're talking about the difference between, is there such a thing that
you are dealing with that because you could just imagine that the atoms are apples. They have the same physical constraints. They can go up and they can go down. But when they try to go side to side, for some reason, they can't go that way as effortlessly in the other directions. They're under the same kind of constraints. And so you have a bunch of apples on a big field that if the apples want to move around, there is variation in their degrees of freedom.
I'm not trying to talk about moving.
I don't think he's talking about that, though.
We hear you, right? But the question here is that why are you like equating? Why are you mixing the two together between you categorizing things and the relationships that a rock has, for example? Like you categorizing the nature of like the things that make up a rock, the properties of rock, right? Versus the relationships a rock has.
Yeah. So
Why are
maybe
you
this will
why are
help,
you
right?
mixing the
Is
two together?
Yeah, maybe this will help. When you perceive the world, right? You agree there's reality, right? Whenever you perceive the world, right? That is a perception about the world, correct? Great. So that is the map about the territory, right? That's all you're doing is making a map, and we use tools such as linguistics. And in this linguistics, we make categories. Some of the categories are wholes, right? From that perspective, right? From our perspective, the distinctions we're making, like the distinction between your pen and your desk, for example, right? We're making that distinction, and we communicate that by parts and wholes, right? We understand that through more tools that there are, as we say, parts to the pen as in atoms, right? And we can refer back to and forth. That's just a communication tool. That is not an actual tool. That's not indicative of the actual reality, right?
Sure,
You would be
I totally-
conflating. That would be the map and territory fallacy.
I totally agree with you that like how we're carving up the world along that lines, but how do you answer like kind of ontological questions of what things actually exist then
Everything actually exists.
as separate things or as one whole thing?
That you're moving the goal. What do you want to
Well, I'm
answer?
asking.
Dude,
Everything exists, right? That is by default. Everything exists. Nothing doesn't exist. That's just a binary.
Eco, like it's just so insane to me that like you're asking like the first question of like us making sense of stuff, categorizing stuff, and then you're asking the second question of what's actually the case. How are the two relevant?
I'll explain. So I think that like if I were to ask like does a chair exist, people could give various answers in the like philosophical literature. There's pluralists who say like, separate parts do exist in some way.
Okay,
So
can we just stay like between us? Because we've
Sure.
given you an answer.
I'm trying to answer, yeah. So I think that like
No, but you're
um,
talking about people who aren't present.
Yeah, and we've answered in a way that there's two ways to answer any of these questions, whether it's a chair or an apple. So we don't need new examples. When we say an apple, we're appealing to a map. When we say a thing, we're appealing to ontology. So it has both descriptions. We say there is a thing, and then we say of that thing, we understand it to be an apple.
Sure, I'm trying to determine what are the necessary and sufficient conditions for there to be a thing at all.
Measurable. That's one thing that I would give you. Measurable.
Yeah, for the map to say there is a thing, it must be measurable.
Right.
I would say relational affect.
So like where does your head start and your neck begin?
It's the Loki's wager. It's nonsense. You are one organism. That's why when someone says, is your toe conscious? I say, yeah, because it's attached to a monkey.
True, and in the exact same way, the whole universe is one unified thing.
Wait, Eco, but you figuring out where the head starts and the neck begins is a you problem. Doesn't change that there is an affect.
Right.
There is a relational affect.
You wanted to change what I said into an agreement with what you're saying, and I'm saying you're wrong. Because I understand Loki's wager, but I understand I have a head. There is a difference between my head and my toe. But both of them are conscious because it is the organism that is conscious.
And do you think that organisms are one with their environments?
Dude, listen. You ask me one more leading question. Go ahead. Ask me one more leading question. Stop asking me the question that you don't want to ask me and ask me the question you want to ask me. You're not going to lead me anywhere. I already know the one and the many problem. I'm already aware that you're a monist. I know where you're arguing from. And you think you're being sneaky, trying to lead me down something, rather than just being open and honest, where we forego a long, lengthy, drawn-out fucking conversation, where at the end of the day, we're just going to admit neither one of us knows if there's a one and a many distinction, but we find it pragmatic to refer to things in their categories. This is pragmatism. This doesn't mean it's real. I have a fucking head. I have a toe. They are distinct, but that's in concept. You're just getting washed up of whether or not how we do this. I don't give a fuck about your monism. Shove your monism up your ass. I don't give a fuck if there's one thing or many things. It's not a problem in my model. I don't hinge on whether it's one thing or many things. So I just don't give a shit. You seem to give a shit. But all these leading questions are just fucking annoying. What do you want to ask?
I mean, I'm not trying to be manipulative. I apologize.
Fuck your apology. Like, you keep getting it. Like, do you think you have some fucking reason for anyone to believe that monism is true?
It's true.
And is it literally going to focus around linguistics?
No, I would want to give an argument.
You wouldn't be doing that, would you? You wouldn't be harping on linguistics about monism, because monism's not a linguistic proposition. It's a metaphysical proposition about the fundamental nature of reality here. And so harping on how monkeys chirp at each other in their selected grunt form is not going to get you there.
What?
We're merely trying to convey ideas, and we're using a co-opted system of communication to do it. An emotionally based, linguistic, symbolic, meaning language. And so we run into a lot of linguistic problems, man. Language is ambiguous because it's symbolic.
Totally, and I do agree that, like, oh, excuse me.
We have ways of referencing things. You could refer to reality as a one singular set, reality, or you can refer to reality as a multitude of things as they are made distinct by what? The thing that I talked to you about, what the fucking nerds will tell you, is variance versus invariance. There is a difference between going that way and going that way. That is a distinction. It is not the same. So whether or not reality is made of one substance or many substances, we can detect difference in it. There is variation and invariance. We can detect that. So what does it fucking matter? Things are distinct. We detect the difference between a dick and a pussy. Can you tell the difference between a dick and a pussy? Do you think a dick and a pussy are the same thing?
Do you have both?
God
No,
is
yeah,
not.
I agree on a practical level. Yeah, language, using everyday language makes total sense. But when we're talking about ontology, that's why I was trying to kind of get past the everyday. Oh, I am interested in this question. I apologize if I am and you're not. I don't know.
But the thing is there is ontology to talk. There's got to be ontology to talk about, right? The thing is we're all making maps about the ontology, right? And you keep flip-flopping between the ontology and the map.
All I can say is when I draw a picture, I use a series of like smudgy lines, things that overlap and interconnected weaves of just garbled trash, but it's all woven together. I'm not a fucking robot where I'm getting in there and making DPI pixelations and shit. I'm not getting down there and acting like, oh, it's a bunch of different things. It's all a bunch of individual. Look, I don't yeah, there's differences and then there's not differences. There are objects and they seem to have parts. I don't know why anybody would get hung up on that, whether it's monistic or pluralistic or whatever the other is called. What does it matter? We're all in the same one, regardless. We're all sharing and occupying that same thing.
Sure, it happens to be topics of conversation I happen to enjoy.
This is about helping people understand about God stuff and the inculcative damage and shit like that, the child abuse that happens all over the world. It's not a general philosophical forum. There are people out there that their brains are fried because of their culture. They believe a bunch of nonsense and they don't know how to think because of it. Their minds are clouded, right? They're filled with inculcative noise, just confusing the shit out of them.
Yeah, every time we make a distinction, whenever we make a distinction and describe that distinction, it's always going to be a perspective about the thing. Our description has no bearing on the ontology of the thing itself.
I agree. I won't. He just sounds like he doesn't want us to talk about this further, but yeah.
No, it has overlap because it's important to understand how to describe what is a good way to describe stuff.
Yeah, a good way to describe stuff is talking about the like, to me, epistemology is like the tools in which we make the map.
So if I'm understanding your usage right, the territory is our perception. The map is how we carve up that perception into separate things.
No, the territory is in of itself, right? Like for example, the mountain, right? We have a mountain, and then we have a map of the mountain. A map of the mountain can never be the mountain, correct?
Absolutely not.
Yeah. So, but the mountain is a perspective. But the map is the perspective of the mountain, and it could be accurate or not accurate, but it's not. It's not completely accurate, right? And so when you're talking about whole and parts, you would be like, it's the difference between a map about the overarching mountain compared to a map of a rock on the mountain that's making up the mountain, right? Yeah, but that is literally only because we have a perspective. That is literally a description from a perspective.
I don't quite understand what you said.
Okay.
So he was talking about, like, you know, whether your map is accurate enough to draw the mountain as the mountain is versus drawing the mountain as we perceive it from our vantage. So if we're off in the distance, think 30 kilometers away from a big old, like, Bob Ross mountain, okay? Bob Ross's mountain is just a smudge to us. It's a smudge of paint, if you will. But if we're up in the woods where Bob Ross was burying his bodies, well, then it doesn't look like a smudge anymore. It looks like individual trees, boulders, you know, crevices, things that we don't. There is no mountain. When you're too close to a mountain, you don't even see a fucking mountain anymore. You just see a bunch of rock in front of you. You're too close to see the mountain, so you describe it as a cliffy terrain or something, right? So depending on your vantage, you're going to see it. And you're getting hung up, right? When we look at the map and you're asking, well, in the map, does it reflect the individual parts, or is it one big smudge? Is it pixelated like a robot, or is it smudgy like a monkey painted it with a brush, right? Like, have you ever seen that movie with the one robot that became sentient and Will Smith tried to kill him for it? iRobot. Remember when he drew the picture? And he's like, I don't know if I'm alive, and he draws the art, and he just scans it like a fucking printer. Right? It's just an analogy to say that when we're drawing these pictures and we have our map, don't get too critical of the map per se. The map may or may not accurately reflect the territory. Don't get your concerns about the map being wrong, because the easy solution is just make another look at the territory and fact check it. Fact check it.
So I guess then, if we're just talking about the territory, then how do we know how the territory is divided up into separate things?
Well, I gave you a metric, which is variance and invariance.
Yeah, but even single things have variance and invariance, right?
Yeah, you map them
with tools. Like, for example, we were able to tell atoms exist because of an atomic microscope, right?
Well, I mean, but simply put, we're at a mountain, so I start walking. I'm free to walk, and I can walk in, and then bam, I can't walk in that direction no more because there's a fucking mountain. Right? That's variation. I was previously effortlessly walking forward, and now I can't anymore. Or maybe it's now getting harder to walk for whatever reason. Now every fucking step I take was harder than that's great. I'm increasing. Maybe my steps are getting easier. holy shit, everything's so much easier because the grade is negative, right? I'm going downhill versus uphill. These are variations that you can map. Now, are they all different? Is it one thing? Who knows? Maybe it's one big thing that's different all over, or maybe it's one big thing that's the same in tiny little parts, right? We don't know. Who gives a shit?
Well, that is the question I'm trying to ask.
Well, what I'm saying is what in reference to who gives a shit is it's not going to change the amount of effort you got to use with positive or negative grade. The answer to that.
Totally.
Is this connected to something interesting?
No, it's actually toward the end of a conversation.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I don't understand, Modest Man. Like, why though? Why do we care though? Like, what is the answer solve?
Yeah, it doesn't solve anything,
right?
In what, like, do you change anything about your life or how you go about your life if it is all just one substance or it's a distinct substances?
Well, I mean, lots of philosophical questions don't really change my life, but they're interesting nonetheless.
But it's a philosophical dead end like solipsism.
What's the original philosophical question, if I may ask?
Can you prove the existence of a God thing?
And this is wait. So why are you then talking about like? What do
Well,
you mean by
that's
is
the
this
initial
everything one
question with
thing,
you.
or-
If you can't answer that question, you'll be asked to leave.
Okay, but I assume you don't believe anyone's answered that question. Otherwise, you would be a
Can
believer,
you
I guess,
stop
right?
going over my intents and just engage? And I'll reveal all of my
I did
intents.
engage. I was trying to understand what was being
So
discussed.
can you prove the existence of a God thing?
No, I can't prove that. No one can prove that.
Well, we're just asking about you right now.
Yeah, but I can't prove that. That's not something that's provable. It's not susceptible to like a proof.
Okay, that's a nice set of claims, but I'm just asking you an individual question about your belief and ability. Can you prove
No,
the
you asked me
existence
to
of a God thing?
prove. You asked me to prove God. That's not asking me about my personal insights or beliefs
Yeah,
at
it
all.
is.
That's asking me to prove it objectively to you.
Yeah. Can you do that?
No, I can't
All right.
objectively prove
Well,
that
then
there's
I
a God
win.
to
Get
you.
wrecked,
Nobody
nerd.
can do that.
Well, see,
Nobody
you
can
don't
do
you
that.
don't need to add that part. We don't need you to speak for all of humanity, bro. Just speak for yourself.
No, it's intrinsically not possible
Hey,
based on what
hey,
God is
buddy,
purported to
buddy,
be.
buddy, don't worry. I'll protect you from them too. I don't let anybody in here speak for all of humanity. No one's that good.
Okay, dude. No one's speaking for all of humanity. I'm speaking for what seems to be logically necessary based on if you mean an Abrahamic God who is the ground of all being.
Yeah, but
there's
see,
no
I
way you
didn't
can
mean
prove.
that. That's baggage you brought to the question. I didn't ask you that.
Well, then you needed to specify because there's different conceptions of God, and if you just make it general, then that's obviously the one we would assume.
Well,
since
but
we're
you're the
both
one who's already
Westerners.
locked it in that you can't prove it because it's insurmountably
Holy
problematic.
shit, dude! Dude, I don't know what your deal is, but someone should cave your head in. See ya.
Wow. 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 Did you get that, YouTube? You see the shit I got to deal with to get you guys information out there, world? Wow. Should get my head caved in because that dude was a moron. Wow. And his parents did that to him. His parents did this shit.
Hey, you ever finish Dungeon Crawler, Carl?
I mean, wow. See, I didn't do that. I did not teach that guy that dumb shit. That wasn't me that put that shit in his brain. But it was certainly me that tried to unfuck it, right? Because nobody else was apparently doing it. Nobody else wanted to help this guy. I did, though. I did.
Yeah, Ignatic, did you finish Dungeon Crawler Carl?
No, I've been putting it off, man. I'm almost done with it though, but oh yeah, I've been putting it
Are you on book 8, The Parade of Horribles?
off. Yeah, I think so. Hold on a minute.
I still think book 5's the best one.
Yeah, that's I'm about a third into
The
it.
Butcher's Masquerade. With the arrow of enthusiastic double gonorrhea.
Oh yeah, that shit's funny. I mean, they're all good in my opinion, dude, and that's kind of why I'm putting it off because, you know, I just don't want to kind of get to the end of just putting it off.
Well, then we're gonna make a show about it.
Yeah, I saw a news article, and one fan out there thought that they should go after that guy he was in Hunger Games. He's like the preppy looking dude with the eyebrows, real dorky.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, I know who you're talking
He was
about.
Avengers also. The Sentry, right? Wasn't he? No, not the Sentry. The golden dude from that one planet. That guy. He was badass, but Guardians of the Galaxy got him. Anyway, yeah, him. And I thought that might work, dude, because he's got the look where it's kind of like a regular dude, slightly annoying because because he's a good actor, and it's gonna take it through the series where you got his annoying ass face and dressed up in.
Yeah, I don't think. I know who you're talking about. He plays in The Bear as well. Yeah, I don't think he's actually like. I don't know. I think to me the best person so far I've seen and is like his size and stuff and can look rough is Aaron Taylor Johnson, the guy that played Craven. He was also in Avengers. He was Quicksilver.
Yeah, maybe. But that other dude, man, he's actually pretty jacked now. He's filled out a lot. Like if you see modern like today pictures of him, he's definitely put on like a third of his own body weight. He's a lot bigger dude. He's older now, he's
Yeah. Oh, I know. I've seen him as late because he had to bulk up for Adam.
Yeah. No, but that was
Aaron Taylor Johnson had to bulk up for Craven. He's fucking ripped to shit.
Yeah, we'll see who they pick, man. Hopefully it'll be good.
Yeah, I think you would like System Reset. That one's actually a really good one.
I gotta check and see if that Bobaverse, man. I don't know why. It's not the greatest story, but I like really enjoy it.
Yeah, I have the first two I read the first two books. I like it, but I don't like it at the same time. It's really weird. Like I really like the concept and the shit that's going on, but there's just so many fucking Bobs that you only get now that you only can get like a little bit of each one, and that's basically fucking it.
Yeah, kinda. They as the Bobs evolve, they run into that problem. And then there's also replicative drift. You probably haven't gotten that far into it, but after a while they start setting up factions and shit, and they start referring to each other in the faction form. It'll be like the fuck. I'm drawing a blank on the like faction A. It'll just be if you're Bob from faction A, you're just faction A, right? So they end up having to get like that because they end up becoming different. They start disagreeing with each other. They even go to war, dude. The Bobs fight, like they go at it.
But aren't they fighting that alien group?
Dude, they run into a bunch of alien groups, man. They basically who is it? Icarus and who's in mythology it's Icarus and somebody else, but two of the Bobs who go by Icarus, and because enough, like I said, replicative drift, they're like I think some of the original ones, and they decide to just go off and start exploring the whole galaxy. Some of them went off and were mapping. I don't want to spoil that, but they were mapping some alien shit. But a lot of them, like, did they get into the books about Scutnet or Bobnet?
Yeah, they started Bobnet. Like in book 2, they started Bobnet, sort of.
Did they have the 3D holodeck Bobnet?
Oh, that was the 3D. Oh, maybe not. Like they were able to. Well, they were kind of like where the Bobs can come together with one person can be like the server in a way, and other Bobs can join, and they can be talking to each other, and they mourned they all joined up like in a bar or whatever for the Bob that killed himself.
Yeah, because when he builds on Bobnet a bunch of times, and it gets to the point where like they can instantly travel anywhere in Bobnet, no matter where they're at in all of the galaxy. So they get to a point where like nodes are set up for transport like that, and they can get out into bodies. Like they have Bobs set around with bodies they can sense and everything else, or they just stay in Bobnet and they just kind of can move around. So it's an extension of the Scutnet that they invented, which gives instantaneous communication to anywhere in the Scutnet. It's like an evolution of that became like a 3D universe for it's the Bobaverse, right? Like that's the Bobaverse.
Okay, I understand now.
Yeah, and so they it's heavy in that by the book that I'm on. It might have just introduced that kind of peer-to-peer, because it was peer-to-peer at first, but they cracked the code, and now it's like they're all in contact and shit. Like Bob gets fucking crazy, dude. Like he does get like the shit, like the stuff they get into, but no one Bob gets to be like super crazy intelligent. They're all like Bobs, they just could be around for a really long time. Do all kinds of really cool shit. They've met a lot of aliens and stuff, like the Beaver people. Those people are really cool. Did you meet the Beaver people?
No, they did
the Quinlans.
No, they only did the two. So one was where he built like drones to protect him from the monkeys.
Oh yeah, Archimedes. Yeah, those
Yeah,
are the
Archimedes. Yeah.
yeah. That was his favorite primitive. One of the Bobs was out exploring and came upon a megastructure, and it was in orbit around a star, but it was just this like ginormous, like train. Each pod on the train was like, bro, you could fit so much on each one, dude. Like the whole planet, basically. And then this train was massive, right? It was this just mega structure in orbit, dude. So he went and got on there, and he met these like very primitive, like beaver-like creatures. Man, they had like wooden shit down there. They all lived by a river. They went through this weird metamorphosis where, like, when they're first born, they're kind of primitive and wild, and they go out into the woods and shit all by themselves, where they go through like a psycho phase, and then they calm the shit down, and they can come in to society, and they join, and they're just, you know, regular people. They're a little aggressive and shit, but they go through this weird primitive wild stage. They never really got out of it, and it's just part of their natural biology. Whereas we're not born like that. We don't like evolve like that, but they do. And the cool thing is like their technology seems like it's just gotten stunted at like the industrial age, but they're living in this ginormous megastructure, and he has to figure out like what the fuck. It's pretty cool figuring out like the history of the Quinlins and shit, like what happened and how they forgot it. You know, because we have elements too. I think that's what he was appealing to about like the forgotten era of humanity. You know, like they say we've been humans for like 300,000 years, but we only know about this tiny little fraction of our history. We don't know what we were like, you know, so long ago and shit. And it's kind of goes on that, because all these Quinlins, they grew up on this fucking space structure, and none of them know anything about their past, and everything's like controlled by this like godlike AI on the platform. It's really cool.
Yeah, that sounds pretty neat.
I left out a lot of detail because I'm trying to.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I might give it some more. Right now I'm trying to finish up He Who Fights with Monsters.
Yeah, I've just fallen off reading. I got some reading I got to do. I'm all caught up on Expeditionary, dude. That,
Oh yeah, I've been caught up on that. I'm waiting for the 20th book.
dude, can't even say shit about that because fucking Mogi is fucking primitive.
Yeah, no kidding. But System Reset. It's only book. There's only one book so far, and it's another lit RPG, and it kind of reminds me of you a little bit with your dog, right? Like he fucking like his dog is his best friend in the whole fucking world, and he'll do anything for his fucking dog.
See, that's what I hate that shit so bad. I read a series, Helldivers, not related to the game, and it had a dog in it. It's so fucking hard to read. I can read the cat, but the dog, man, I hate when bad shit happens to dogs, man. I'll check it out. It said System Reset.
Yeah, the dog has like arthritis and shit. I think it lost a leg or something like that. But then he's like, but he's like the last holdout though. But you'll see the dog becomes like some fucking crazy super fucking dog that fucks shit up in no time.
I can handle that then, because that's kind of what happened in Helldivers. He doesn't become like crazy shit, but he gets like fucked up. But when he comes back, he's like a mutant version of himself, and he's like way better.
Yeah, well, like this is you get like he was the last holdout, so he was they finally caught up to him, and like he gets like an interface and shit, and like because of he didn't get one before, and he's killed a lot of shit, and he has a reputation, then like he boosts up in levels automatically and stuff, and so like he can either continue this way or like live the life he's living, and what really changed his mind is his dog. You know, what I mean, his dog's suffering with arthritis and can't get up, and like he doesn't have the life he did before. You know, and so he just wants his dog to be fucking normal again. And in order to do that, he has to do this. So he fucking does it.
Yeah, that's cool. I'll check it out. Let me look it up right now.
Yeah, System Reset, and yeah, it's really good. And then I got the second book of Mage Tank, and I've listened to the first book, which I thought was really good. It was quite interesting. But there's 4 in that series so far, but I haven't listened to the second one. I have the second one, but I just haven't listened to it yet.
Is it reinitializing the apocalypse?
Oh yeah, yep. Oh, hold on. Oh, the name.
Yeah, by Timothy McGowan.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, I liked it. I thought it was a fun little series and stuff. Well, not fun little series, fun book. It's got to be a series because it's open ended. But like, I thought it was like I like He Who Fights with Monsters. It's just so fucking like it's so fucking long, but it's absolutely a fantastic world that Shirley has built with He Who Fights with Monsters. It's phenomenal, and the fucking like building of the powers and how that works out and stuff like that. It's awesome and it's funny, but there's a lot, you know, and each book is like over like 26 hours long, you know.
Shit, that's good.
Yeah,
You're
what?
saying that like it's a bad thing.
Whatever the fuck of Ascension also gave me those vibes.
Yeah, it's just Shirtloon's
Yeah.
coming out with the 13th book in October here, so like I still got like 12 hours. I still got like 12 hours of book 10 for He Who Fights with Monsters. But it's funny because Dungeon Crawler Carl and He Who Fights with Monsters reference each other in it.
Yeah, when I was looking, I bought the first one, and it said that it says for fans of Dungeon Crawler Carl and the Primal, I guess.
Yeah, Primal. Yeah, I haven't read it. A lot of people say it's really good, but I haven't read it yet.
I read book 1 of Primal Hunter. It's okay. Guy's super antisocial as a character. I'm reading I just finished, or I'm like up to date with this one that's like all the skills.
Now, when you say you're reading, do you mean like a primitive or like a
Yeah,
more
like a
sophisticated?
primitive.
Wow.
So hold on the primitive. Oh, that's what you're reading.
But the one with all the skills is like way better than it deserves to be, like on the book, on the cover. It's like all like it's all grand strategy. It's all like minor cool events for the sake of grand strategy, which is nice. And that's like 8 books. But Did you check out Butcher of Gotterdam? Did you end up looking that up?
I have it in my wish list, so I know to grab it. But I got to finish the series of He Who Fights with Monsters, and then Mage Tank because I'm invested in Mage Tank, and then
I don't know. I burnt out on book like 3 for Mage Tank.
oh, I haven't even gone book 2 yet. I've finished book 1, but
Yeah, 1 and 2
there's
is
only
good.
4 books.
Goddard's only like 2 or 3 books. It's pretty good for how short it is.
Yeah, if the second book comes out with System Reset, I haven't actually looked. I'll definitely get that right away because I really like the story. I thought it was it how do I explain it? It's a cross between Dungeon Crawler Carl and He Who Fights with Monsters. The skill sets and like how in depth the skill sets go, it's kind of like He Who Fights with Monsters, but a fun, much quicker story. Like Dungeon Crawler Carl.
The one I'm reading right now is called The Legend of William O.
Did you read the Baba verses or no?
No.
Yeah, Ray Porter does the voice acting of Baba verse, and he's pretty well known in that world. Well, the second book is already out by with the System Reset.
Do you listen to it at regular speed?
Yeah, I listen to it at regular speed. I'm listening to it how it's meant to be listened to, right? Some people do like 1.2 or 1.5, but it's to me it's just too fast. Like it does sometimes they do dramatic pauses for a reason. Sometimes they do like certain things you don't quite pick up on. So I just do it regular speed, so it takes me the amount of hours that it does, but I listen to it to I listen to them to enjoy them, you know what I mean?
You guys have a dumb title.
Prove it.
I know your mother.
So you're saying you can't prove it?
I know your mother, Lorraine.
All right, I'm going to take your inability to start proving it as an exemplar that you can't prove it. I win. Get wrecked, nerd.
Absolutely dominated.
I don't know a single Lorraine.
I know her. I know her well.
I never met a person
And you
named
say,
Lorraine.
prove it. Brother man, I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to pray for you. I'm going to pray for
It's
you.
just if you were
I've
gonna do the
seen,
stab in the dark,
I've seen tough men, strong men turn cryberry.
you chose the stab way in the corner. You did not decide to
Then
play the numbers game for your guesses.
you've never been in hell. Ever. Never been in the field.
I would prefer not. Hell,
Of course, you would prefer.
You don't
Of
know where
course
I've
you would.
been, Lou.
You don't know, son.
okay.
You don't know.
Don't know what.
I know the first thing about the last.
I'm saddened you don't know.
Don't know what.
I will pray for you. La salam.
What question did I ask you?
May he have mercy on you. Oh Lord, he does not know. You will see one
What
day.
question did I ask you?
You will see. I promise you will. One day. Promise. I promise, man. You will. And
Bob,
when you do, when you
why
do,
aren't you praying for more IQ points?
when you do, man.
I think you should invest
Tell you what,
in
I
IQ points.
understand.
No, you don't understand. You're not even listening.
I understand, son. It's okay.
You don't even know what there is to understand. You
It
didn't
is
listen.
it is okay. God will. Maybe you were meant to be that role. My
Why are
grandmother was
you
meant to be
speaking
that role,
at people, Bob?
son.
Is this does speaking at people give you fulfillment?
Oh, son. Speculations.
I might prefer to speak to people, but
You're
you
reaching
seem to have a
high
differing
points right now.
opinion.
I understand.
Hey, you know what's just as valuable? If you don't make noise, right? Because you can continue moving your mouth, and it would be just as constructive of a conversation.
Hello. Hello.
Greetings.
Hi.
Do you believe a God exists in reality?
Not only do I believe it, but I know it.
Can you demonstrate said God?
Yep.
Proceed.
You're God.
Wow.
Do you exist in reality, Mogi?
That's all you got?
Huh?
That's it?
Well, you exist, right?
You're offering
Yeah, I
some
exist.
secondary proposition rather than the actual thing.
Okay, so then you're God. So I win, you lose. Concede?
Amazing.
You think the way this is the way any of it works? Yeah, man, that's great.
Where's the flaw?
Where is the novel?
What?
The novel idea.
What? I don't understand. What?
There's no new thought.
Really? So my claim is that you, Mogi, whatever your real life name is, you are God. And you exist in reality. So therefore, God exists. Where's the problem?
What words did I say?
What? So I'm right. And if I'm right, then the room name is wrong. So checkmate.
I think you're just really boring, bro, and no one wants to talk to you.
Okay. So then why did you just say something to me?
It was courtesy.
So then why did you just add on to what he said?
As an extension of dignity.
Why are you continuing to talk to me if you don't want to?
Because you
Because I
keep
believe-
begging us to spank you, and it's kind of weird.
What was that? Did y'all hear something?
Because I like to dignify people, even if I think less of them.
Yeah, you see how trivial it is to prove a God thing, right? Now you can look at the issue and reflect on that. Move along.
Yo, any good old Christian folks?
That guy has TikTok brain. Hey, who's this chat freeloader? Grape, if you want to chat freeload, you can go to my live stream. I live stream the room, but I don't want chat freeloaders in here. This is a room for people who we're talking to. Clearly, you were not that, so you're just gonna have to, go fuck yourself. If you could just go ahead and get started doing that most expeditiously, that'd be great. And if you could find them TPS reports and get those to me pretty much by morning, I'm going to go ahead and need those from you.
Did anyone see my stapler?
Right. So, Grape, if you could just go ahead and go down to the basement so your other coworkers can't see you. I think everybody in the office would appreciate that. Oh, and while you're down there, there's some boxes. Could you just go ahead and, yeah, go fuck yourself with them?
God, I fucking hate British people.
I hate people that just go around saying they hate England, but they don't give one of like a multitude of reasons to hate England. Like I
Bye.